Okay, so that last game took us up to Platinum 54. Excuse me. So, ready for game number 8. Got it fired up. We got this player Rad here. I don't think I've played him before. We will do our usual build play and see how it rolls. My computer is running a program in the background, so hopefully this won't be too choppy. Just trying to knock out round 1 real quick here. Usual play. I'm not ready. Someday I want to experiment with the West Russia Jam. I'm just not ready to do it yet. So here we go. First round of rolls always important. Oh, this okay. Here we go. Like I said, my computer's definitely struggling more than normal. Ooh, my guys are struggling too. Whew. Thank goodness his is too. Really. Hey. Hey. We got us down to 5. All right, we need a good solid Ukraine. That means Karelia is definitely stackable to G1. Come on. There we go. Excuse me. Oh, you never like to see the bomber hit. Oy. Alright, so below average in both. Not disaster in either, but not good in either, so. I think we're just gonna pull all back, except for my usual one. Alright, well there we go. Not the best start, but not absolute worst, I guess. Alright, so Germany went bomber, 7 infantry, 2 artillery, stacked Karelia G1 like I kind of expected, which was a good move. Took Ukraine with no losses, so he's got 3 infantry sitting there. He did come down here and took the cruiser to Sea-Zone 13 without losing anything, so he won that toss-up, which is kind of nice for him. He did try C-Zone 10, but failed there. He did a 5-1, so he only had a cruiser live. But that gives him 4 fighters here, 1 down here, and a bomber here. So the interesting thing to me here is I'm going to play this old school, meaning I'm actually going to go ahead and kill the battleship with UK 1, which I haven't done in a long time now. But mainly because I want to go ahead and be able to use a U.S. infantry tank bomber and hit here and try and kill this, see if we can't kill this fighter. The bomber has to land here, which means 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to put my fighter there to protect versus the bomber, but I don't want the transport to be alive and go and dropping it in there on top of them. And these fighters can only go 1, 2, 3, and so they got nowhere to land, so they can't attack. So just be a bomber versus fighter bomber to kill his fighter. And I'm going to sacrifice the 1 transport. Meanwhile, I'm going to go with a pretty aggressive fleet drop here, I think, because I'm going to go on base on the assumption I'm going to kill here and hope all goes well. So a little abnormal for me, more normal for most, because I do want to go ahead and do the fleet drop purchase here. So doing a good old carrier destroyer 3 infantry. Which means we're going to be going back to carrier cruiser this way. I know. I like to leave the tank over there for helping protect Alaska in these early turns, and I'll let this transport come get them. This transport's a turn slower, but there's protection there, and I don't waste my tank on a kill here, in my opinion. So it's a little different. That's a me thing. And that is it, I believe. Ugh. 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 This is terrifying. I want my fighter back. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh. I want to do over. Ugh. That's gonna create some complications with the low Russian units, the high. Ugh. This is gonna get tough. I could really use no losses here. India's already in trouble. To clarify, I meant no losses for me. Ugh. I'm not even in a good position to turn around and flip this into a KJF. So just to clarify, I have rarely ever gone for a KJF when they take Karelia G1. I think we've talked, you've heard me talk about I like trying to preserve the building spots there for as long as possible, and they're already building up front and coming. It's tough. Now I kind of wish I had. uh, Now I'm nervous about this battle. Hey, the most least inconsequential of them. All right, so yeah, so this is all just gonna be really kind of ugly here. Um, Not sure what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna think on how I'm gonna try and make up for this now, other than pulling my dice packs for go 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 dice. All right, there we go. That'll be it. All right, we're ready for our US1 and the deciding point, right, where we're gonna go. So again, that bad news is that we really had a rough R1, G1, UK1. So here we are again. We're behind the sticks, pretty good bit behind the sticks. The good news is now I'm assuming this player. I mean, I got matched fairly quickly as a platinum 50, so I assumed he's probably a platinum player. But I'm confused. I've been just sitting here just wondering what in the world are these two German tanks here for? I can't see any strategy. I mean, if he was here, he'd be putting more pressure on West Russia and Caucasus. Sitting down here does nothing. So I don't know if it was a misclick, but even if it's a misclick, where was he clicking? You know, these don't make any sense really either. So this has got me a little bit confused. What's going on there? And I also this infantry fighter putting that fighter out there, you know, taking the risk on the battle there. I mean, he took a lot of risky battles for one, but then landing this infantry fighter there and putting him, leaving him exposed rings a question mark. And then the Japan play, I mean, Japan's in a strong position regardless, but Japan's play was a little bit confusing to me. He bought a transport and a complex and two artilleries. I mean, he could be setting up a killer J3 India, but I don't think he's going to be able to. So he put the complex down there in Thailand. So obviously he is interested in India. I mean, that's his play, but I don't know that putting a complex in Thailand is your best play there. Um, to be perfectly honest, I mean, he did go ahead and take out my transport over here. This is a point where I really wish I'd done my cruiser fighter, let the battleship live, built my sub, and been setting up my usual game here because I don't like this. I hate seeing a carrier out here by itself. I'm almost tempted with these inconsistencies I've seen of what if I took a one round shot at his carrier? Does he have the carrier first defense profile and let the plane sink? But I don't think it's worth risking the two fighters for that, unfortunately. Um, so he did do Pearl. Let's see, he sent five, so he lost a fighter because he only has a bomber left. So he did lose. Oh, he landed the one fighter back here. Okay, so he does have. Let me double check. Two, three. Yeah, so he still has five fighters out there. Okay, and his bomber. Um, let's see what else he did. He attacked Burma with infantry artillery. That's fine. Bury. Oh yeah, that's the other oddball here. He used a transport um, to go with Bury, so he got up here. So these guys and the tanks up here. So this isn't the most efficient um, going down here for India. Not the best play for getting efficiency into India because I think how he left it, I'm going to be able to pull back in and dead zone Burma for UK2. So that he can't stack Burma on J2. And so that's going to limit his J3 attack. Even with him building units here, they won't be able to get through. Now J4, that may be a different story. We'll cross that when we get to it. And the reason all this is important is I need to decide what to do with Russia. Do I do like in a duos game where they came out, just bailed on West Russia and came down and supported India, or do I try to stick out West Russia? And calculating all that, I think I can hold. West Russia and get back and defend India for a J3 strike still. So I think we're going to try this. It's going to be thin, and he's already shown he's a risk taker. So maybe I'll be pushing my luck. But again, the start of this game, I need to push my luck a little bit, I think. So, all right. So purchase 3 infantry, artillery. 2 transports and a carrier. I thought about trying to go with a greedy 3 transport buy, and I just couldn't make it work out how I wanted it to logistics wise, so we're just going to go with that. Combat move. He's got 2 destroyers sitting out here, so this sub's really not going to be super effective regardless, so we'll let the sub be a sacrifice to the cruiser and just take out that cruiser bombardment from India. But I'm not going to use my battleship destroyer because they'd just be going into a dead zone, and if I was doing a KJF, I wouldn't mind doing that, but we're not going to do that here. So I am going to go that route with them. Mainly because, UK is going to have to bail, so depending how this goes, I'm going to bring my transport down here. And if I bring my transport down here, then I want to have my tank with me to be helping close out this as quickly as we can, assuming we have Air Force living after this turn. I'm going to let Russia take that guy. That's all the attacks for US, I believe, right? Don't give me unlikely. Give me favorable. Two hits, first round of dice for the allies, for the attacker. Boom. All right. Oh, wow. Okay, not the 2 I expected, but... too bad one of them couldn't ziv. So, I was hoping to actually take it, because then I could bring this transport down here unguarded and be perfectly safe. Now I have to make the decision, do I send him up this way and let future guys take care of Africa, or because he does have the bomber can go 1, 2, 3, 4 and land back 5, 6. But I am going to be building a bunch of transports, and he could land his fighters and bring his tanks through. But that leaves up a lot of openings too. So I think I might just bring destroyer transport here, see if he wants to risk taking out. I mean, he'd about to take out 2 U.S. transports, which is never good, but it put his bomber out of position and be a potential kill, and so I don't know that he'll go for it. I don't think I would necessarily because of the awkward landing. Go sub. Alright. Way to go sub. Make it a non-match. He probably isn't going to last till next round, but hey. So we gotta land him there, but we can bring this guy as well to defend against the bomber. And we took out that transport. We're going to need him for West Russia for our plans. I'll be curious to see if he thinks the bomber is worth that or not, or if it would have been better for me to go this way than sacrifice in a Norway like the usual. But I do treat. I think German fighters are. I think I said it in one of my other videos. I feel like in a KGF, German fighters are one of the best IPC per IPC valued units. So the ability to kill one of those, I'm happy about that. So I'm glad we got to do that. I really probably should have thought my logistics out here more. I mean, I'm hoping he could come back, so we'll have our 6 units and not have to worry about the AAs yet. But we'll see. Do want to do. What's that one look like? Still got the. I suppose I should leave it that way. Let him trade bomber for bomber if he decides, I guess, to go for it, and then let the fighter kill the bomber. Hopefully. Where did I leave it at, though? Let's get back to our. I guess technically we'll use submerge, although he won't be able to submerge. So instead of going 8-1, I'm going to go 4-4 because I'm going to use one of my AAs here. Y'all are probably going to look at me like I'm a little bit crazy on my plan for the Russia play here. And I probably am a little bit crazy. But, I mean, yeah. I'm still talking myself into it. So I really need to defend. I need everything to defend here, and I don't want to really risk it on having to take both of these. But 3 infantry with a couple tanks and a bomber that can reach here puts this in a bit of a threat. So I want to get this limited as much as possible. So I'm going to take one of each. Worst case scenario, I can retreat to here and let the U.S. fighter go, which I don't want to do that. But we're going to take at least a 1-round shot on this, see how this goes. Overall, this battle's ever so slightly profitable to the attacker. It's certainly dice risky, but come on, big whiff, big whiff, big whiff. Oh no! I. What did I do? All right. I. I mean, I guess I'm torn because where the game was at, I felt like it was a good risk to take. Knowing that this player's made some questionable moves, I probably should not have taken that last roll, I guess. Oh, man. Alright, I'm going to pause the video for a moment so I can think about what we're going to do here. Okay, so the good news out of a bad situation is I did achieve my goal, which was one, I can still stack West Russia. It'll be a profitable battle for me if he takes it. And again, with him being ahead, I wouldn't think he'd want to take that. And I also protected Caucasus because he's only got 2 tanks and a bomber that can get through there. So those goals were achieved, but losing a fighter, a Russian fighter, that's tough. That's tough, tough, tough. Which means I'm just gonna pull these guys back and let them get these free, unfortunately. You know what? I am gonna send one that way. That way he has to at least send an infantry that way. I'll delay an infantry at least 1 turn. Otherwise, he just tanks blitz and goes straight there. Alright, we still got a lot of comeback to do in this game. Decisions. Poor decisions. Hindsight, they're poor decisions, but I still think it was I still like my choice of play. But, alright, we'll see what happens next. So, we got some interesting developments here. Like I said last time, they built that IC down here, which was interesting. And so what he did, with Germany, he bought a bomber, 3 artillery, 6 infantry. He went and he did the 5 versus 4 attack, where I had 1 transport, I had a loaded carrier and a destroyer here. He did the 4 fighters, 1 bomber attack, um, for better or for worse. Generally, everybody says that's for the better for the Allies. It still feels bad when you open up the game and you see no fleet there. It still hurts. It hurts the heart. He lost 3 fighters, which was pretty much exactly the average result for that battle. And so that leaves, 2 bombers and a fighter left for defending sea zones, which is nice. As I've got 3, put on 2 fighters is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hit points basically coming in on boats to spread around, where he's going to have 3 to attack with. But that doesn't help me in the immediate, and I'm going to come back to that. We're going to talk a little bit more about that here in just a second. The one thing that did do is I was planning on my 2 fighters going to West Russia, or if West Russia looked like it was in trouble, down here, where they could get to India on UK3. Since they have wiped those 2 fighters, that's 2 less fighters I can get in defense of Japan 3, India. So that becomes the new, red alert, sirens going off. Okay, what's this going to mean about the J3 India? So I pulled out my handy dandy calculator, ran my calculations, and said, okay, we are going to take 2 infantry and a fighter to Burma this turn to prevent a stack here. And I'm going to make the assumption I win that. If I lose that, it changes some things, obviously. But if I win that, then the most he can get is these 3 units plus 6 units they bring, so 9 units in there. I'm going to have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with my 2 fighters fighter down here that are targeting it. So I will have Burma dead zone as long as I win that, which means his J3 threat can only be 6 units that these guys can carry. His fighters, which he has 5 of, he's got his 1 bomber, and whatever he could build here that could attack, which again, tanks won't be any good because I will have taken care of that. So he could build 2 fighters or he could build 2 bombers. I went ahead and assumed he'd build 2 bombers here, even though that's not a smart play. But I'm just thinking, what could be the max attack he could do into India on J3? And then for myself on the defense, what you'll see, so I'm building 2 infantry and artillery as it is, so I'll still be at 6, 7, 8 infantry. This artillery is going to make it. I'll have the 2nd artillery, This tank's going to make it. We'll have the AA. We'll have these two fighters. Um, and then I didn't adjust this. This will actually be 8 and 2. Not that it makes that big a difference on it. We'll be able to build two fighters and a tank is my potential build. So if I get to 5 fighters, I'm still good at his max tank with the 2 battleships, with the 3 bomber build, and them taking. I'm still in good shape there. And that's with me having 5 fighters there. My 5 fighters being 2 that can get there now, 2 that I can build, and then the US fighter if I wanted it to. If I take the US fighter out of the picture and we're just looking at what UK can do for itself, we're still looking pretty good this turn. Now, what I'll have to recheck is if I don't win Burma, if I had that result where he kills both my infantry, then I'm going to have to look at the fact that he could stack Burma because he could land his fighters in there, move everybody in, and I wouldn't have the ability to dead zone it then, and then he could build tanks and bombers potentially. I don't know how much IPC he has. Now, the interesting thing that I was considering when I thought it was going to be close is UK is only at 28 IPC, so I thought about saving. So I'm going to get hopefully one from here, and thought about saving one just in case I needed to build 3 fighters. But I think we showed that I don't need to worry about the 3 fighter build there. I'll probably end up doing a destroyer if he brings things down here to block Africa, and a couple fighters, or a fighter and a tank, or whatever the least expensive I need. So that's our plan. So we should have J3 defended. J4, I don't know. It's gonna get tight. There's just no doubt about that. There's just no questioning that one way or the other. So the good news is, if in an absolute press, Russia can defend West Russia without the U.S. fighter, as long as we kill both of these guys. That's with them using these 2 infantry. There's an outside chance he could go tank and a fighter to attack those infantry, but I think that would be crazy. But this guy's done some. Oh wait, I guess the fighter could go there. This guy's done some things that I don't know. So you never know. I don't think that would be a smart play though. So that's all the stuff I'm looking at. So now we get back to this here. So I built this, and I forget what I had. I had 37 IPC. That's what I had this turn because I had France last time. So I had 37 IPC to spend. So this took, at first I just did the 9 would take me down to 28 IPC. I really want to get at least one UK transport down in the water here. So that takes me down to 20 to 21 IPC for protection. I definitely want to be bringing my fleet in here, my American fleet in here. So 20 to 21, that could be a battleship, or that could be a destroyer cruiser. Or I could get risky and buy 2 transports, bring one of these U.S. boats, possibly 2 of the U.S. boats up here, and defend it that way. I'd really, if we're gonna have 2 transports there, I'd prefer to have 4 boats there, with 2 of these being bombers. So I'd only be building 2 UKs. I really would need both the US ones coming in here, which would leave me a carrier and 2 fighters versus 2 bombers, which is a pretty good chance. Well, at least he could take out the carrier, which is kind of expensive. Well, 2 bombers and a fighter, excuse me, versus a loaded carrier, and that starts to get a little bit on the E side, which maybe that's what I want to do, is draw him in on that. But I also actually don't want a loaded carrier here. I only want to have 1 fighter on the carrier, because that would be this guy. Because this guy, I want to get 1, 2, 3, 4 down to here, and this fighter I want to get over to here, because I'm going to try and plug with the UK guy the Germans to moving here, and that would give me 1 fighter, 2 fighter, these 2 guys, and a bomber, versus his 4, hopefully 3 if the UK guy can get a hit. So that's what we're plugging at. I'm also normally I would take the U.S. this way. I'm thinking I'm going to bring them this way and bring them down to help with this bit in Africa and walking across if need be as they come this way, and then they can be picked up in the med. Not my usual play, but I think that's where I'm heading towards. We got a little bit of time. So all that's to be said. So what did I decide to do? Drum roll, please. I am going to buy a battleship. Am I really, really going to buy a battleship? Well, yeah, I am. And I'm going to bring the U.S. destroyer up here and leave the cruiser with the carrier. That way the cruiser can bombard in here. Um, I don't think I've ever, in the lifetime of playing this game, have I built a UK battleship in the Atlantic. I think I've built one in India before. I don't think I've ever built one over here. You know, maybe two destroyers and have three destroyers. It gets too thin for me knowing that he's already attacked. So a battleship and two destroyers, I feel safe and secure with, and my one transport. I could do cruiser destroyer, but it doesn't really add. It adds like 2%. But actually, when there's a second destroyer in there, the battleship actually is a little bit better on the defense. It's kind of a here or there between the two, but the battleship can recover and the battleship can bombard, and we know the battleship's going to actually hit when it bombards, unlike the cruisers. So I, I have to say, I am pretty sure this is the first time I have ever bought in a battleship other than the place in India or one of the immediate needs in a US and a KJF and a Money Island. And they just had extra income and I needed the hit points right away. Those are the only two places I've ever built battleships before. But we're going to build a battleship because we can, I guess. I don't know. Not much we can do battle-wise, right? That's it, really it. It's more about, the UK. You really got to make your plans for the upcoming bit. I imagine round 3/4, I'm going to have to make that decision between West Russia and India. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping with him building in Thailand, I almost will make it India. And with him losing his heir in Germany, so Germany will have to hopefully retreat back sooner than later. Oh, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Whew. Man. Why they gotta give me the heart attack? You know what? I don't think I'm gonna pull that AA back yet. I'm gonna discourage any sort of airstrike on those guys for some random reason. And it's not really needed in India this turn because he's got 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're going to have like 11 there. So, yeah, no, we should be fine. We're just going to keep him back one turn just to discourage any airstrikes. We are going to drop down here, so we're going to move him there. Oh, don't want to forget about these guys. There we go. Battleship. Go battleships. I'm just at shock at myself. I can't believe I did it. I had played with the idea of a carrier fighter, but then I wouldn't have had enough for the transport. So, all right, here we go. All right. I'm taking a bright early morning routine turn here before going to work, so hopefully I don't make any too disastrous mistakes. I have been making lots and lots of mistakes later on these videos, on the duos tournament, and the singles tournament, and my rank games. I tell you, it's one of those things that it's not to say that I'm rushing either, because I will say I look at it and I think about it, but for whatever reason, my head's just in one of these funks that I'm missing some of the obvious stuff, and I don't know. So, anyways, we're in this a little bit of a pickle here. So it'll be nice to turn this victory around, turn this game around for a victory. And the player certainly is taking abnormal, excuse me, abnormal moves, I would say, but they're not necessarily bad moves. So, like, he went ahead and threw a stack in here into Burma, right? Which is actually technically dead zone, but it does still leave him with two transports. I can grab two tanks, two infantry in India, along with his five infantry, a bomber, and another bomber if I don't take Burma. So it's going to be, really the best I can do is get a 50-50, which I'm willing to take on here. So I'm going to try to defend India at least for J3, because if I can hold J3, J4 will probably be a little easier. He'll be able to bring in 3 units plus build two more, and maybe I don't know, maybe he grabs them and brings them in. I don't know. But I'll have some units I'll be able to bring back into it as well. So the other part of this is Russia can just defend this as long as we kill these guys. Russia can just defend West Russia on their own, but I'm going to leave them on their own so that if it goes poorly, we can pull out somewhere else, retreat back if we need to. Hopefully, that will not be the case, but at least the fighter won't be hung up. The other thing I'm going to be setting up, we talked a little bit last time, I'm going to be moving these two guys into Africa. We're going to have 1, 2, 3 fighters and a bomber in range with those two guys for these 4 guys, so that hopefully we can clean up Africa fairly quickly. Or we'll have I'm going to put my 2 infantry down here in Persia with all that air ready to retake India if need be. So that's going to be our play. The big thing, or so what I was saying is, and wiping out the UK fleet, what that does is he's really playing for a Axis VC win here, right? Like round 4-ish, 5-ish maybe. So I know where he's heading. The question is, can I prevent it, and then can I expose it from there? Now, the good news, again, he's got 3 transports down here in J2, so the best he can do is J3, J4, J5. So I guess actually technically, round 5 is the earliest that he could get to Pearl. So I'm going to be looking at round 3, potentially a build to make Pearl costly at least. We'll see. But for now, I really want to work on getting as many U.S. troops on the ground into Europe as quickly as possible. So I'm going for a greedy build. We're going to build 6 ground, plus it has the two AAs that they'll be able to grab to go with 3 transports. Instead of my usual 2 transport build, I'm jumping onto a 3 transport build, and we're going to build that out as quickly as we can. I will say Japan's destroyer failed killing my sub, so that's a nice little bonus. I'm not sure I actually have any attacks this turn. We're bringing him down. We're not going to land in Morocco, unfortunately. We're going to... Oh, wait, we are going to land in Morocco. What am I saying? We are landing in Morocco. Only 1 transport, though. And we're going to have a carrier cruiser and a fighter for that guy. Let's see. That, I believe, is the only attack. I thought about doing a bomber fighter run on here, but I just really do want to have the counter to Africa and India ready at max because I would have to sacrifice a fighter, or excuse me, the bomber, because a fighter I need to get down to India. I don't really want to sacrifice a bomber with everything we're trying to set as a counter with these U.S. troops down here. So yeah, that looks like it on the attacks. Not combat. I don't need them to be together. I'm going to squeak him over just in case there's a uh, Japan. If I don't build a destroyer, hits over here, I'll have the tank that could blitz over to the Horn if need be. So the good news here is the worst you can have is his infantry. I'll leave at least one infantry behind if I have to. So he has an infantry and two bombers that can hit here. Then I'll be able to build four. So I know I'll have that stacked. So I know that's a safe zone. So that's a good thing. Let's see, I can bring the destroyer up here, cruiser, carrier, fighter. I could land this fighter on the carrier to make it safer, but I'm going to bring him down here where he can help with the Africa. Bring these guys as far forward as we can. Depending how Africa goes, this transport may have to come down here to 24, depending on how things are looking down there. If not, he'll be able to go this way. My other transport, I gotta be careful because of the bomber here. Watch out for that bomber. He can hit 3 right there. He can't hit here, but he's going to be my sacrifice to Norway, or maybe not a sacrifice if I move these guys up. Which he does need his guys there, so that leaves me 4. Building 6 will give me 10 men there. I got 5 transports there for those 10 troops. It's a little risky here, but it's only 1 transport, so we'll see if he finds it 2 bombers and a fighter are worth it. You know, we got the 1 transport here, 1 transport here. He has potential of hitting either of those fleets if he really wants to. And again, I'll encourage it. I'm not really going to be giving him much to trade elsewise, so he may just choose to do that. At some point, I'll switch to just infantry when I'm really needing a turtle. But right now, I want to, because I only got the 1 fighter, I needed artillery. But I'm not ready. I'm not willing to trade down too much yet. Yeah, I was trying to decide would it make more sense to bring the artillery from here, and then we could, if things went bad, we could retreat to West Russia. But reality, if things go bad, I need to retreat to Moscow because he'd have blitzing and bombing going on. So that's our best case scenario. Ugh. Here we go again. All right, looks like another pivot. Glad I. Ugh. So I just did a double check, and of course, 6 tanks and 2 bombers has like an 87% if I built 8 here, and I needed everything to go into here if I didn't build 8. So we're gonna pivot. Let's see, he can bring in like a 5. Yeah, there's no reason for him to go to Arch, right? So we might as well just bring these guys down here. Oh wait, we need enough to defend up here. Hold up, that's not gonna work. Alright, so we're gonna put 4 here, 4 here. That gives me 9. I want to have some for countering over there. Where's my infantry? That give me 13. Certainly that should hold against 8. I gotta run. I'm running out of time here, so. Oh, wait. We need one to stay in West Russia so he doesn't blitz me. So, whole idea here was 1 infantry, fighter, tanks gives me another retake defense of India if need be. So, there we go. Okay, so bad news. Germany is huge. They're a beast. I'm getting beat up. Okay, let's see. Germany went, so it'll be a biased war report. Allies should look better than they do, but 37. Let's see. I'm building 67 IPC versus his 38, so a 28, so like 9, 10. So 47. I am getting crushed right now, and I'm not liking it. I am not liking it. The good news is like I said, he's stuck up on India's, and we can fight it at least. Germany's just god awful huge. He wiped my fleet again. I took 2 bombers and a fighter versus a cruiser, carrier, fighter. All he lost was his fighter. Ugh. This is killing me, and I'm just this is not looking good, folks. I ain't gonna lie. So we're gonna try to take Burma as lightly as possible and leave India at a 50-50 if he sends all his planes and has to send 2 transports to take 2 tanks and 2 infantry, so that he can only send 1 back to Shuck and keep this area light. With Germany being big here, I can't really charge, unfortunately, this way like I really wanted to. I'm going to have to coil back in, take what I can, coil back in. Ugh, I hate seeing that much blue. So anyways, we are gonna buy a destroyer block here, just simply because what I don't want is him getting Japan over here right away this turn, combining with the Germans, because I want to wipe the Germans out with the U.S. And then we're going to put a fighter and an infantry down here. And then I just bought 1 infantry here because we're going to take 1 infantry just to take Finland. Or actually, we'll take the infantry artillery. Take Finland. So so that U.S. can take Norway. We're going to put battleship 2 destroyers up here. He's got like a 40%, 45% chance he could take them, or he's going to have a 50% shot at my battleship destroyer cruiser down here. I just got to keep offering him. Eventually he's going to, the air will catch up with him, I hope. So here we go. You know, like I said, everybody says just, you know, let them waste their air on the boats. Let them waste their air on the boats. I'm doing it. I'm not liking it. I always hate coming in and just seeing an empty space where there should be a fleet. Oh, I forgot I was going to take both guys, actually. Make them trade, at least. Make them work for the trade a little bit. We're going to -1 of these because we need them back for defense. We're going to do the artillery. I'd love to take the tank, but I can't. I got to take this as light as possible. So we're going to take 10 versus 8. We need some good dice. We need a little turnaround on the dice gods. We need to kill his 8 units there. We kill his 8 units, then I'm okay with my defense. If we don't kill his 8 units, then we're praying to the dice gods even more. Because we need them even more than better than a 50-50. So. Can we salvage this one? Yes, we can. I don't know if we can. Alright, here we go. I don't think I have any other battles. I think that's it. This is going to be a tough one to save, guys. Starts here. Big battle. That needs to be a turning point in this war. Oh, that's not good. Not good. Oh, thank you. I needed those back. Whew. Got one left. Alright. Whew. Alright, that second roll was huge. That second round of rolls was huge. I didn't even stop to look at the odds. I knew it was already... I knew I went down in odds. I knew I was going to be in trouble if I looked at it. Why is it showing... Oh, that's what's in... I'm clicked on Season 36. I'm like, why am I seeing the Japan units there? Load everybody up. Where can we go with you? We got that sub there. That's still surviving. Can't go there. He can reach in all those. Let's come on around. We're going to sneak around this side. Spread that destroyer out and send that guy that way. I can't take him all the way to C-Zone 10 because of the bombers, so we're just going to have to do that for right now. There's not enough units, allied units on this board. I need more allied units. Oh. Alright. Well. There we go. Let's see what Japan decides to do here. Well, that was that second round of dice rolling. That was a nice turning point in this war. I think that's where we start getting our dice and we start coming back now. Hopefully. All right, everyone. So I'm recording this right now, right after having found out that the last video I posted, the microphone was not working, and I went back and looked at anything I had already recorded, and sure enough, the next 3 turns, uh, not rounds, but turns, the mic also was not working, and I did not realize it. So thank you again, guys, for saying something when something was not working so I could correct it. But rather than just post the videos with no commentary at all, I am going to do my best to commentate and skip through the videos a little bit to give a rundown of US 4 through Russia 6 and give you my thoughts, hopefully, that I was having as I was going through it without giving away anything, or at least not too much of what actually ends up happening. So this is going to be my best approach at making the best out of a not good situation. So I do apologize about my snafu. I think the screen recorder did an update, and when it did, it disconnected my microphone recording. So my microphone was on, but the studio wasn't recording from it. So in any case, here we go. First part. So we're jumping into US 4. A couple of my comments from before. I knew I wasn't going to be able to dead zone West Russia. I knew they were going to be coming back into there, and I made this 3-1. Technically, he could have hit it with Japan, but it would have been costly because there'd been a lot of air with the AA. So that was my way of trying to preserve ground. So I was happy that Japan turn did not attack Kaza there at all. And of course, I used my U.S. and Russia in here to stack India. I was super happy with how that Africa battle went. I was glad to get the German units out of there, but super happy to have my infantry and tank both survive as well. So that was a great result. Yes, that one infantry, one artillery versus one infantry, one artillery was great dice for me too. And yes, I was missing having a second fighter at that point for the comments about the taking that battle. The reason I didn't use more is because I was very thin, and I'm very thin still in Russia, and I don't want to get myself too thin as the German units are still pouring in this way. When I opened that one round, I was like, oh my goodness, how huge has Germany gotten? So the good news is we're starting to see a little bit of traction. We're taking away Africa. They're pulling into West Russia, so we should start to be able to retract their income back in, and we're going to go from there. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to kind of talk as we go along here. So obviously we can see his build, and we know he's put a destroyer up here because I had my sub over there. And obviously he came down, brought his transport down, brought the ground again to Burma. He's just trading away at Burma, and then came back up here, pulled units over, and I fully expect these to come back to Burma the next turn, but I gotta be mindful. This was the good news, is he lost a fighter clearing out that destroyer down here in India, so yay this time. So 2 destroyers for 1 fighter, I'll take that in this type of battle actually. So I was happy to see that. Um, so yeah, so here, the main thing I was going at is I can stack India another turn, but I also am at the realization right now that uh, he's going to be able to most likely come into Caucasus and stack that with Germany next turn. So if I stay and stack India, I may get stuck here. But the thing then I was then going through, so here I was talking about the fact that I'm expecting him to come in to Caucasus, or could come into Caucasus, to make it awkward. I did count that I can stack India. I don't need my tank and fighter to stack India, so I can pull them back at least. So I can get them out of there. And one of the things that I end up deciding is I only got but a few ground units down here, or infantry down here in AA. So if they get caught, it's not like I'm losing a ton of people, whereas I do have a lot of fighters and tanks that can do multiple movements and can dodge around. Because I really wanted one more round of holding Japan back to let the U.S. get situated in Africa to defend there ultimately. Can I not see the preview? I was making a comment there that he has very few troops still through China, so he's still got a weak spot there. And then he left all these territories open, which I do plan on go ahead and taking, and give his bombers more targets to have to hit than aiming at my my navy anymore. I was tired of him aiming at my navy. Um, and then this was just me saying, although I expected him to continue to press India, especially if I stack it again, I needed to be mindful of I've got no units over here ready to counter an Alaskan attack, and he's got two transports there, which could cause trouble. And I can't, last turn I had my sub there, so the transport couldn't attack. Now, obviously, he can, so I'm going to have to do something about that. So we're talking about all the income that the U.S. is about to grab, and we're excited about that. And we're going to skip forward on here a little bit. Planning out multiple steps ahead. So again, purchasing enough infantry to hopefully keep the shucks going. My whole transport, because of that, when you had the bombers on Northwest Europe, it did mess up things, the whole transport chain. And I did kind of expect him to attack C Zone 3 last turn, so I didn't really account for good mechanics for picking up the units for that. So you can see we're going to have 3 transports here, and we've got only 4 American units there for them. So I'm going to have to pull one of those transports on around to C Zone 11 to pick up some of them. And then I did want to go ahead and get the Norway factory, because I just like having Norway factory, especially with them building all these German air, so that I can drop U.S. boats when needed into, was that 3, 5, and 6? I wanted to go ahead and do two unit drops everywhere, make him have to work hard to get these, since he only has the 4 bombers and a few artillery in there, and I want to really make him have to turn around and stop pushing to the east is my plan here. And come on past me. I don't know how many times you are like, come on, speed it up, stop talking so much. It's hard because I know the next steps, and I don't want to give away what's going to happen in the upcoming turns. Da, da, da. Always. I don't think I had any dice rolls on here, right? They were all free takes. Yeah, that was really nice. That it was just all that income was just free income too. I didn't have to roll any dice for any of it. And I was glad, in the previous turn, I thought a lot about where to put this fighter, because I didn't want it to get a cheap shot by bombers, but I wanted it to be close enough where it could get over to India and help out. So this now gives me 2 infantry, as well as 4 other units for my 2 transports in here. So I got some that I can work with. Maneuvering. If you remember, I built 6 infantry. I think I might have a transport in there too, we'll see. This was me trying to decide where do I take him, because the bomber, I didn't have coverage here anymore. So knowing that eventually Japan's going to come through, I decided to go ahead and come on down here where it's safe and start dropping some units there. And again here, knowing a fighter can reach India, so if I want to continue to stack, I can put him there, because the carrier really couldn't go anywhere important yet, and that fighter can still fly back to either of these 2 sea zones, which I might come back to, and as I move my carrier in. And I'm building a fighter And that fighter, wherever the carrier goes, his fighter will go 1-2 and land on that carrier wherever it goes next turn. But at this point, I really like having Japan just keep bundling up their units down here. So I like the idea of stacking India. So even though I know that they're getting ready to move to the Caucasus, I decided to stay down there and just minimize my losses out of it. We can keep Japan bottled in the southeast. That's great for me. I had to get my sub safe. I'm sure I'm saying some important stuff there. I just don't remember what it was. So we'll skip on ahead here to get to Russia. I did talk a little bit about if he moved his Japan Navy in there, that we've got a lot of air that we could probably take him out at this point. Oh, that's right. It was a factory I built. So the 2 extra are for my transport over off of France. That's right. So I got 4 for these guys, 2 for this guy coming back. We are trying to do our best at dead zone because I already knew, like I said, that the Caucasus was going to be very close. So we were building some artillery to dead zone it as much as we can. And again, using just 1 infantry because I need as much of the ground back as I can have. At the same point, start taking that German income back away. Dice rolls are always fun, so we'll let the dice rolls go. I don't even remember how this went. There we go. The important thing, we hit the guy. We're just wanting to get as many of Japan's units away from the center of the board as possible. And this was that's right. That last turn and this turn, I had nice dice rolls and all the little trades and such. You know, both on his side and my side, I finally had some dice going my way a little bit. Not like the big dice like he had in the beginning, but some decent trades, which were helping me get a little bit more confidence back into this game. Although I'm still very worried about how big Germany is. This is me just balancing out to make this as unappetizing as possible, especially since I'm bringing a tank in there because I really don't want him to attack it. But also I needed to make sure I didn't make this too vulnerable because he does have his 4 bombers plus all these units, and so we were actually, Moscow is a very I was giving him higher odds than I would like on a capital at this point. And that should be it. Oh, yeah. A war report. So here we got it to 25. This was after Russia had deployed their units, which I forget was 5 infantry, 2 artillery. So that's like 9. So really, it's about a 34 attack power difference there. He's doing pretty good, pretty decent at 84 income because of that high income that Germany's been having. Thankfully, I still have overall more income, but divided amongst 3 countries. I think that's it for this one. So, let's see. That was... Russia 5, so we are looking for UK 5. That's the next one. Trying to figure out which reel comes next here. So UK 5 popping up. Here we go. Uh, Again, I didn't preview this at all, so I'm trying to remember where exactly we were. So Germany, he did take all those. He failed down. Oh, I can't click on the board. He failed down here in the Southeast Europe, and of course he did stack Caucasus as I was kind of expecting, worried about. I lost track of where this tank came from. He built a tank actually and put it up there. I was wondering where he got another tank from. Um, but otherwise, you can see he did all those trades. And so now I know that Persia is going to be treacherous. Now this is the key part that I started looking at is Caucasus here. I can take my two transports. I can grab a U.S. infantry and these two in the battleship and hit here. And all the Russians by themselves hitting there, it's like 50-50 if he flies in his fighter, his tank, and his bombers. It's like I want to say it's like a 50-50 shot there. But of course he's got an AA there, and I only got one fighter left. So what I was talking about is I want to use my battleship to take out that AA, and then hopefully maybe take out one more unit just to make it a little bit better. If those other four can get one hit, I'm not going to take any of my airplanes into there because I don't want my air force to get destroyed. But just doing the battleship and two transports, if we can just take a little bit out of here, then that's going to help um, these guys potentially. So, but then I also said we can wait till after Japan goes because we got to see what Japan does anyways, and we got to take care of UK. UK obviously could not uh, attack this time into the front here, so no strafing this time. But we can still defend. That was the one thing that did come up, is I could still defend there. So I am putting 3 infantry down there and then building units, 4 other units, plus a transport to get up to 3 transports over here and have this war to start hitting the coast. Certainly, I'm understand. Like I said, you can see, I keep coming back to Caucasus because I know this is center of the board. It's a key point, key position here. I did say that even though he killed these guys, I'm gonna go ahead and drop some infantry up here, make him blitz a tank and some bombers, and I'm gonna have other things. So maybe he can't take it, or he does take it. If he sends a tank, then I'll be able to drop transports on it and kill the tank. So I'm feeling okay with building some infantry up there. That's where the other 2 infantry I built are supposed to go. So yeah, I did go through what his combats here, all the different combats, but more importantly, undefended. Down here in Finland, he lost 2 infantry and 1 artillery versus my 3 and 1. I said, I'll take that. That's a win for me, even though I lost 1 more infantry. In general, the defending country, Germany, because this is killed Germany first, needs to kill 1.5 for every 1 they lose. So they needed to kill 4.5 to be breaking even, and they only killed 4. So that's a slight win for me. Northwest Europe was definitely a win for me because he lost 2, I lost 2. I'm perfectly happy with that. And then France, of course, that was his win. Italy, 2 for 1, slightly his favor, slightly his win. But the big thing was down here, Southern Europe, I was going to get down to. He lost 3 infantry. I lost nobody. So I got great results down there. I'm sure he was not happy about that result. And like I said, that gives me the chance to be able to pull 1 infantry off of that for going to Caucasus if he makes that open. Otherwise, I'll be able to just move those in there and drop 4 units on Italy and or I move 1 unit and then drop 4 units on Italy and take all 3 of these territories, depending on what Japan does. So, here we go. Going into the combat move plan stage. Oh, shoot. I talked about naming the battleship, I think, in this one. This is where I named it the HMS Vanguard, which was the biggest and baddest battleship. I had to do a little Google search on that to find out where it's at. So I did some research to find out that it was the biggest battleship in World War II. So I was excited I was going to get to use them. There really was no attacking to do down there. I couldn't believe they said unlikely. That bothered me too. I'm like, what do you mean unlikely? Battleship's going to tear them up. So of course I was happy to see my battleship hit, and then seeing my tanks roll. So I did decide that yeah, I'm probably going to go for this. And I decided, because I had to make the move now with the cruiser, if this doesn't look good, I'll just use my 4 units and a bomber to hit Ukraine instead and take out the supply lines. He didn't. He moved his destroyers out of there, so I was able to move my sub closer in. So yeah, just putting infantry down there, getting some ground so that when we do come out with all that air, we'll be able to do something with it. And that's the end of that one. And we got one more video here. Let's see, to get caught back up. Oh, where'd I put it? So we're heading into US 5 and Russia 6. And at this point, going through it, so we're rehashing. You can see he got another bomber and a fighter. The bomber and fighter went up in Tokyo. He put the other units down here. Well, some in Tokyo, but 2 units down there for attacking, infantry, artillery, and then the bomber fighter up there. He did not attack Alaska. He came down here to further put into Burma as I expected. And at this point, stacking really, I could have stacked one more time if I brought the tank and the fighter back and this fighter over. I could have stacked again. But as I talk through it, I really don't want to. I really want to make this move, and I've got advantage, especially since he only moved a tank. He didn't bring the fighter in there. He didn't bring the bombers in here. So now this is a good opportunity for me. I think I pulled up the calculator for the 1-2 of just the 2 transports in the battleship, followed by the Russians hitting. So this is what I'm just talking about. Yeah, so we're going to go for that. We're going to clear that AAO so that it'll be safer for the Russians to hit him. The other parts I talked about, because I know it's going to get my Russian units down a little bit. So yeah, so here's our calculator. There we go. So you can see we got a 90% chance of taking at a 21 IPC profit with the the 2 round battle there. And I said, yeah, the U.S. is going to use those 4 units, so of course they're going to have a negative value, but the Russians are going to come out good. And you can see down here, the 50 percentile still has 11 units, 11 ground sitting there, which means those 5 infantry and 4 bombers aren't going to mean anything to me. So at the same point, I did want to make sure that we take out some of these other ground units so that we're not too weak in Moscow, because I did calculate out, if all the Russians ended up here and we built, I think it's 6 Russians, we are going to be landing our fighters in there. And I wanted to make sure between 4 bombers, the remaining tank, and these other infantry that he couldn't kill Moscow, obviously, or follow that up with a 1 infantry and air from Japan with all these bombers he's been building. Since I'm going to be pulling out of India, he doesn't have to use them there, so they'll be free to hit here. So I needed to be really careful I didn't leave Moscow too undefended while killing this stack. So I was going to do my best to pick off these individual units around it as we go along. Built 12 infantry and a couple of transports to start increasing our units coming across the sea here. And again, I will say I did make over the last turn, and I think this turn, over the last 3 turns or so, I didn't do the best purchases, or coordinating my fleets. The 2 AAs kind of threw my whole mechanics off. I did have those 2 infantry I built for there. I decided I am still going to have them go up there because he does still have the 1 transport here that he can take Alaska, so now we'll move them on up. So, yep. Again, I want to just trade off as many of his German units as I can, make his bombers have to work. And those guys will take them. Go battleships, battleships rule. So like I said, I knew I was taking some risks here, and I was okay with these risks, with the bomber taking out that infantry and the 3 fighters taking out that infantry, because I just needed to make it as safe as possible with the build. And if I lost a plane or even possibly 2, I wasn't super concerned about that, because I felt like I just needed to wipe this stack and then save Moscow for a turn, and then we'll be in pretty good shape. Stop babbling, Chris. There we go. Oh yeah, so here we go. Uh, all that red, but I mean obviously we knew that was gonna be. I was like, why they call this one implausible and the bomber versus infantry poor? Poor sounds worse than implausible to me, but whatever. The in-game calculator is kind of crazy. Here we go, good old dice time. Nice clean sweep in Northwest Europe. That was nice. And I believe I still have another one that I can bring an AA in. And then here we go. The pre-strike in Caucasus. And no, the battleship missed. And that's when I went, what? What? I just threw all those units in there for everybody to miss? I'm not happy here. Because I know they're not going to live. I can't believe I can't believe the battleship missed. All 4 of these guys, every single one of them missed. I couldn't hit and potentially take out that AA. And of course, yeah, he took out my units. Oh, I was so disappointed in the battleship. This was me mourning this battle for a little bit, and going now second guessing my whole plan of taking out Caucasus and that 90% odds, and ah, that's a big ouch. And our bomber missed and got hit. So I paused the video for a moment because this is a point where I got rather joyous into the microphone after Caucasus, followed by this. Um, this is about as excited as I get. I'm not a very loud shouter, but I did say some of the things closest to swear. I'm not a swear word person either. I don't know. I don't got anything problem with it. I'm just not one that says it very often. I came the closest I did, and at this point, my uh, wife checked in on me to make sure I was okay, and I had to apologize to her. You missed me telling her sorry for getting extra excited. So now I just knew I was going to lose a fighter. And that's where all the hits went and the miss. So great. I'm like, great place to have the dice out of all the battles. And just getting these guys gathered up so that the transports have something to do next turn. And I did go ahead and throw an AA in there since we had such great results and make him mash his things. One thing I forgot to say is that you look at how many units he has here. He's got 13 ground plus a 2 AA in here, and the supply lines are cut through here, so he's really thin. And so yes, I am starting to think about France stacking, and when I want to go for a France stack, based on the fact that he's really thin here. I forgot to point that out last time. Straightforward there. So here we go. Six infantry for Russia. Um, I did go ahead and run the odds, and it was still favorable for me to go ahead and attack. But of course, that AA is sitting there now. I did pull out of India, even though we're facing potentially this stack here. So, but our plan is to bail out of India. Here we go. We got our 34 units versus 25. I find myself doing my dice god dance right now, even though I know what's going to happen here. So, in the Caucasus, just for reference, I believe I'm supposed to get 8 hits and he's supposed to get 10 hits in the first round, and then wears down because I have the more units in the system. So I'm thinking 8 hits for me, 10 hits for him. 8 hits for me, 10 hits for him. And then that's going to be what makes us good or bad. And of course this guy. Now, whew, all right, dodged a bullet. That in itself was a relief. And then look at that, 4, 8, 10 hits. I'm like, all right. 15 hits. Ugh. But I knew this is a point with the Persia retreat. I'm like, I gotta go forward. I don't, I'm not even gonna look at the calculator. I don't want to know um, what it's gonna be. We just gotta go. So we'll let this roll through. See all the lovely dice rolling. So remember, I was supposed to have 11 units surviving, and now we're looking at 3 to 5 units surviving, ground units. And so now Ukraine or Caucasus is in threat by those 5 Ukraine infantry. And so I have to sit here and decide, am I going to, should I continue? Should I retreat? Should I continue? Should I retreat? What should I do here? I know I got enough units coming up that'll be able to, 2 tanks attacking Persia's safe now at least. So that's a good thing. But he is going to have that tank, his 5 infantry, 4 bombers. Do I want to throw my tanks away? Do I want to retreat with them? I mean, just kind of going through all the different scenarios of what's going to happen after that. And me still debating. This definitely was not what I was wanting, not what I was expecting. I was expecting to land and kill and stack Caucasus, but now I can't stack and kill it. So I did decide to retreat. And so then I started looking, okay, I don't actually need him in Moscow. So could I retreat to Kazakh instead and still be stacked there so that Japan doesn't get a freebie? And so that's ultimately where I discussed that, but that's what I end up ultimately doing, is deciding to retreat to Kaza there instead. So it was a positive battle in the end on that side to take away the negative of the US, and it was about even overall IPC value wise. The good news, we got our fighters there. We're pulling out to hope he doesn't attack. And I talked a little bit overall. I feel okay. I feel okay about it. But then here again, I'm looking at the IPC. So we're at a 24. Excuse me, attack power. We're now at a 24 difference. He's still at 80, so slightly lower than when we looked at it before. I hadn't actually placed my guys down yet either, so he's going to go down to a plus 19 or 18 or whatever. So I have made up some ground on the attack power and the overall board state there. Whoops. Let's go to that. If I can survive the onslaught coming, then I'll be in a better shape, or not the onslaught, but these units, and then knowing that they're going to be coming up, he's going to be bringing tanks, and he's got all these fighters and bombers, so he's going to be coming a decent 1-2 with just how few numbers of units there are on the board altogether here, and as I talk about this, I have played my he's turned use German six. I did my UK six. It should have recorded fine, and that's where we're at in the game right now. So there we go. I'm sorry I had to do it this way, but hopefully that's better than just watching me click and listening to the music.
Okay, so this could get ugly. Good news is he's very weak back here in Germany now. Bad news is he built four artillery up in the front line, which is means whatever I bring into Persia is just going to get squashed by them. um, or more of a concern is hitting Moscow, blitzing his tanks, because his tanks can go one, and then next time be ready to threaten right on through two, or in 3 turns if he goes one, and then two, three. So that's what J6, 7, 8. J8 is a big concern of him hitting and taking Moscow at this point because even with just his 5 tanks and all his air, all his bombers and fighters that he can just sacrifice to take it, a 1-2 punch is going to be very potent against what I got here. So I mean I do got a lot of fighters, and I'm going to start building fighters wherever I can, and just hold on for I'll get out there while finishing this up, cleaning this stuff up. So the good news, like I said, is he's down to not very many units back here in the core. So we very well may be heading towards a end game where both of these capitals fall. Um, so yeah, that Caucasus battle was critical. That the U.S. battleship just failed me. Didn't just failed miserably, unfortunately. So, sorry, I jumped there real quick uh, because I just wanted to double check. One thing we do know is that he has his AA set to go first. So, um, I think I'm going to do the whole little cheeky play of using the battleship to strike again because our, was it Vanguard, right? He's much better, and perhaps we can take out these AAs early. Um, So I played around with how I want to do this. My concern is I'm going to have to use a mixed navy to hold because I want to go in here as well as here. Um, and if he brings his Japan bombers in range, that's going to make it trickier yet to hold. So, anyways, that's the plan right now. So I'm going to move all my UK into here just in case he does something and I have to bail. I can always do a one art, one fighter on France and take these guys somewhere else. But I want to bring these guys to France. We're going to bail out of here. Good news. I mean, the bad news is, like I said, these three guys in that double AA, they're basically doomed. The fighters and tank we should be able to save. Um, to get enough navy, I do want to put one destroyer down here, and that means I need 2 destroyers up here for what I'm most likely planning. So, actually, I completely forgot again. Um, Battleship has to stay out here this turn, so next turn we'll be able to bombard hopefully with him. Um, it's kind of a mix-up because what I got to watch out for, I'm afraid the Japanese bomber is going to get close enough to threaten here, and I'm going to get caught with a mixed navy in both of these, and so I got to overbuild slightly. Um, so yeah, that's what we're going to do, I believe. Um, changing my whole mind, changing my whole plan as I go along here. So yeah, no, I probably should save this and play this later, but I'm just going to do this now. because it is limiting how much I can build. I'm only gonna be able to build 4 land this turn, which kind of stinks. Um, but we're just gonna do it. I don't care at this point. I'm still frustrated about the Caucasus. Still frustrated. All right. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? I, oops. I'm debating whether I want to go ahead and take France with the UK or let the US take France. And I think I'm going to let the US take France just in case we end up keeping it. Um, I'm going to want the US to have lots of money. And I think I'm going to risk all my UK boats, which is a little bit off-putting. Yeah, I'm going to leave it for US. Oops, come back here. I may not be doing the best moves here. Dang it. Stop it. I never use notes. I keep hitting that. I want to make him have to use these guys to come in and a tank or something. Pull him away from Moscow a step if possible, or he has to leave Karelia altogether for me. And we're just going to have the 2 destroyers there. Plus the 2 being built. We moved 1 destroyer over to go with the carrier that's going to go over there. Got him. Let's get these guys out. Good thing Australia's still sitting strong. Alright. Think we're getting to a wrap up. Alright, there we go. Okay, so this is starting to get a little scary. I do think uh, Japan's going to take off here, of course. It's getting a little complicated too, and I'm there's just so few units on the board for. It's hard to believe it's only round 6. It feels like I've been through war and back already. Um, so some of the pointers. Well, first let's just go through what he did. He bought 2 tanks, put a transport down here in 62, and artillery. He just has 2 artillery there, which was weird, but I think that might have been a mistake. Maybe he wanted it infantry. Whatever. Regardless. And then he bought the complex I went ahead and put in here. So he obviously isn't planning on using Tokyo too much because, I mean, that gives him 8 here, and his transports are all spread out, so he doesn't have a whole lot of transports. Um, and he's still buying tanks down here, which the tanks are going to be, from all 3 of these factories, as he whatever tanks he builds out of these factories, this is going to be a little bit scary because once you take Kaza, which isn't going to be long, a tank goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 from India. So all 3 of them tanks can reach in 2 turns, and so he can be, and he's going to be getting money here, obviously, as Japan grows very quickly now. So he's going to turn the heat up on Moscow very quickly, and I don't have very many fighters on the board outside of the ones that are already there. I only got 2 other fighters on the board outside the ones that are there, and even if UK builds them, they got 2 turns to get there. So we're going to see the heat turn up really fast on Moscow. That's the bad news. The good news of it is hopefully we're going to be turning the heat up on Berlin because he doesn't have a ton of units in here himself. So hopefully we can get that. I mean, we do have Karelia kind of broken here, but we really have no Finchuk going to expose or utilize that. And I'm going to have to do an awkward couple turn shifting of my navy because he is bringing, as I suspected, the Japan Air is getting in here. So I need to keep an eye on these bombers. He spread them all over the place. So he's got 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. All 4 of them can hit Moscow from where they're at. That's one thing to keep an eye on. These 3 can hit the Baltic Sea zone. This guy cannot. Only this one can hit the sea zone here, or 3. This one could hit 3, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He'd have to have landing, and we plan on taking that. So, only one. Only this guy can hit 3, or was it 6, 8, 8? But that's definitely in threat. Theoretically 15, the Med's in threat, but my US is going to hit here, then my US is coming out. I'm coming out of the Mediterranean. It's going to get, especially as all this Japan air comes over, it's just going to get pointless. So I'm not even going to worry about that component. And we're going to pull out. We're going to have to, what I'm planning on is going ahead and I'm going to go ahead and use 2 transports to take France with here. And I'm going to use 1 transport, and then I'm going to use 1 with a AA. Make him have to either use his bombers and at risk, or use a stack to kill it. Because I'm hoping next turn I'm going to be coming all back with UK, and I can even bring one of these guys back with me if I need the full 6. And we're going to have these 10 guys in a position where they can come back, and potentially 1 guy in Norway, and a couple fighters, and so maybe we'll be able to pull off a France stack and start, ramping up that, and then eventually, as these guys come around, spread back up to a Finchuk to get in here, but that might be too late to be helping Moscow anyways. Because if you look at this, Japan's main army here, they're here on J6, J7, J8, J9. And all these tanks and all these air, that's going to be a lot of pressure on J9 on Moscow. And without Allied reinforcements being able to make it to them, or very small, tiny trickle at best, it's going to be hard to hold that back, even with me turtling and building what I can in there. So it's going to be, J9, J10, maybe J11 is what we're looking at as far as Moscow goes. So that's what I need to keep in mind in here, and, 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 I'm hoping, so we've got 10 transports. I'm hoping to start shifting to making sure we got 5 transports on average. It's going to be a little awkward a turn, or 10 U.S. units, ground units coming, and 6 UK units, so 16 Allied units coming into Europe, and he'll be building 10 a turn. And, right now he's got what, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19 Germans in here. I'm going to be dropping these guys, so we'll have 3, 4, 5, 6 near him. So he's basically has a 13 unit advantage right now, and I'll be hopefully doing 6 more than him. So it's going to take about 3 turns, 3 to 4 turns, or roughly US 10, US 11, US 12 to be posing an attack on here. The other thing that I want to point out, the strength with Japan building tanks is as soon as he takes Moscow, he's going to try and get the tanks to the defense of Berlin, and the tanks obviously can get there in 2 turns, or um, if I end up abandoning Moscow and he doesn't have to use the tanks, then they go straight over and they're 1 turn quicker over to Berlin to help defend, and then all the airplanes that he's got all over the place. One other piece that I'm looking at is he moved his whole fleet into here, which likely is coming to 34, where then the fighters can reach all of Europe. But all he has is 1 destroyer in all of the Pacific. So as much as I'm going to be trying to put pressure here, I'm also going to start trying to think about a slow pressure KJF. One, I am going to go ahead and take this sub shot on the destroyer transport. I see no reason not to take that. Two, I'm building a bomber to put over here so that if he decides to shuck another one over there, the most he'll have is protection of the destroyer versus my bomber. Three, if I successfully kill that, then I'll be able to use the 2 infantry, the tank, and bomber I'm building to take Alaska back next turn. So a lot of components going. He is coming down here, so um, there's just lots of skirmishes going in different places now. So he's going to be able to grab a unit and come down. So I'll have 2 infantry and artillery, and he placed this bomber here that can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's setting up for an attack there. I'm going to try and do a preemptive attack and do 3v2, which I believe this is a 50-50 battle. If I lose 1 and he doesn't, I'll retreat. As long as I have a 1 advantage, I'll continue, and maybe if I take it, then he has to use 1 infantry and a bomber, and maybe that infantry can defend and just create as much headache as I can down there. So lots of different things. My focus, I actually want to go ahead and kill these guys. It's very tricky because I got to watch out for the 1-2 with, again, 1 infantry and all this Japan air around, and these 4 tanks technically are going to be close enough that they could blitz through. But in order to secure that, these German troops either would have to take out my UK infantry or they'd have to come stack, which means they're not hitting here, and just the Japan by itself won't be enough with my fighter stack. So he'd have to do a 1-2, which would leave this open for me to block the tank, so his second one would only be a 1 infantry. So I got a little bit of freedom this turn to play. All right, I know that was a lot of talking preemptively, but I'm planning my U.S. and my Russia and my UK turn all right now at the same time. So purchase-wise, I am building a destroyer to drop here. I'm going to bring my carrier. I'm going to have 2 fighters coming in here. That's play number 1. So, but I do need a destroyer so that I have 2 destroyers, carrier, 2 fighters, so that it's less tempting for the 4 German bombers. He does have enough money, by the way. 42 income still coming for the Germans, and he's only going to have the 10 spots, so he can build a bomber and still build 9 infantry in their next turn. So we're looking at probably a 5th bomber in here, potentially. I would build a fighter if I was him, because that's going to give you a defensive value too, and you don't really need the reach at this point. but I don't think that's going to be too big of a deal as the UK is going to be pulling out down to here, and then it's just three Japan bombers versus a loaded carrier and a destroyer of America, and then we'll get them here, and then we'll have our Americans and British sorted out and separated where they can each defend for themselves rather than going and hopefully have a France stack. I have not done the calculators on that, but even if I can't, even if it's at a low percentage, I think it's going to be good to just go ahead and dump everything in here, make them spend as units, and then dump again. So we do have to build a destroyer for the Baltic Sea zone. I am building that bomber I talked about and a tank. And then depending on how this goes, if I kill the transport, then I'm not going to put any of my other ground there. If I don't kill the transport, then of course I got to worry about protecting West USA as well. He did place this bomber here obviously as well so that he could attack 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's not quite yet. If he gets the bomber to land in Alaska, if I don't take it back in time, then we got to watch our east coast here. So there we go. 5, 2, 1, destroyer, bomber. I think my shucking, again, I'm going to have ineffective shucking. I didn't do the best, I did not do my best job at making my US shucking 100% efficient because we're going to have a one transport sitting around this turn, not doing anything. I do want to have the 8 fighters there, so I'm not going to use this fighter to hit here. I'm just going to fly him directly over because my battleship is going to redeem himself. If not, I'll sink it myself. Maybe I'll send him on a kamikaze versus the Japan Navy. I thought about using my US to do air to do the pluck, but I'm not feeling that right now, and I don't think it's necessary at this point. I'm only using the one transport here because I want to bring the AA, like I said, to drop in there, and the other man can go back over here to help defend West Canada. It'd be really nice to take this without any loss. Make him have to really work to take France back. Oh, there's my dice. Of all places. You get the crazy dice and you don't need them. Here you go, battleship. Find yourself sunk if you don't hit. There you go. Good. So, gonna make him have to work for getting all his property back. Alright, this is the big one. Because this is pretty important. You know, if my sub can win and not die, then he can't come over regardless. Oh, wait. That'd be non-combat. Can you unload on... I guess you can unload on a non-combat move, right? It'd be silly if he did, but anyways. Let's get that transport. Ah, rats. So, I do need to think about what I need to be in West USA. It's going to, again, affect my whole shucking a little bit. And I thought about just moving the AA over to West Canada. Um, but I'm not going to because we're going to turn this up as much as we can, make him work over here. Making sure we can't land still yet. These in prep for Japan, or next time they can come into France. What's the best spot for this guy? And put him just down here where we got units going, and maybe he'll do something somewhere. I was really hoping to at least kill the destroyer. Alright, so let's see, what do I need to be comfortable? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, it's just the infantry artillery. Nothing else that can hit me. So what do we need for comfort with an infantry and artillery attacking? We're for sure going to have the tank and bomber there, so it's a matter of, is one infantry enough to be comfortable? Let's see, one infantry gives him an 18% shot without repercussion, to be honest. I'm not sure I like that. I think I'm going to put the 2 infantry. It means, again, inefficient shucking, but that takes it down to a 3%. So yeah, we're going to put 2 infantry in there. Oh, these guys. So there's 2 choices here, right? Obviously. So I could move them here, and if they survive, if Japan doesn't use a transport to kill them, then I could potentially use a transport, because these next transports next turn, they're not going to have anything to do. I could use one to suicide, and as I pull out, and just let that transport die, but use these to trade one more time down here. Or I can move them into here, where, yes, Germany could kill them, and Japan will take a shot at them, certainly, or will kill them if Germany doesn't kill them. But maybe they can take out a unit or 2 and also help prevent any potential blitzing. You know, if they're there, then he can't blitz through there. I'm honestly kind of torn on it. We're not going to be having fighter support or anything that can help him in there. And I feel like if I go here, it's going to be an easy kill, and I'm going to let these guys come in for the defense. They're going to be an easy kill here too, but I'd rather, hopefully, they take out a unit or 2 of Japan or Germany. I guess a third option is I could just leave them in Persia, right? They're still going to be an easy kill, but then we'd have. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go this way. Hopefully, maybe hit a unit up front here. Is the route we're going to go. I'm torn. All right, I'm going to pause for a second because I'm going to think on this. Yeah, I'm changing my mind. I reserve the right to. unless that opens up the 1-2 possibilities. So what I was just thinking about, if I don't move there, does that allow Germany to take this, stack it, and hit Moscow for the 1-2 with the tank blitzing through? But if he doesn't hit Persia, then I'm going to have 4-8 UK units that could hit whatever he puts there. So he'd really have to use them all there. So instead, I am going to come this way, make him use his transport this direction, buys one more turn for Madagascar and the rest there maybe, or maybe he doesn't, and maybe he just comes in here and I can counterattack then. Okay. I think that's everybody. That's everything. Again, I'm not happy with my situation, but moving on. Oh, we should check. That doesn't matter anymore, so let's just get on my usual. So we're gonna do one here, one blitz, two up here. How many did I click there? 4 and a fighter, and it may turn into just a strafe and a retreat. I am going to do a recalculation because I'm getting nervous that I'm missing something here with these 1-2s and the tank blitzes and all the fighters and planes and whatnot. So hold on a sec. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're still okay. Again, because I can block this if he doesn't use Germany to kill or go here. And if he doesn't use Germany to block or kill here, then he's not. If he does use it to do those, then he's not attacking Moscow, and Japan by itself won't be strong enough to knock him off. So I feel better about my odds then, because the Japan by themselves is what? Oh, didn't I put? Yeah, Japan by themselves is really not realistic. So we should be fine. Oh, oy. I'm gonna go ahead and just take it. Because Germany doesn't have much of a retaliation attack, and I can always move the. I mean, he's got the one infantry, and then again all his air. The tanks can't reach there yet, and I can always just move the AA over. Right, here's hoping I didn't make any miscalculations. And turtle time for Russia. So he built 6 infantry, 6 artillery, put 2 of his infantry down here in Caucasus and the rest into Berlin. He did quite a few number of attacks. You can see he spread out his units down here. these guys will be safe, these guys will be safe because Japan's going to cover them up. So he's going to keep these guys. I should be able to definitely take out these guys and probably take out those guys. We'll see if we do or not. His combats, like I said, he did a lot of combats. West Russia was 1 for 1. I'm okay with that. Kaza 1 for 1. I'm okay with that. Persia, he destroyed my 2 AAs and my 3 infantry, which was expected. Took out 3 of his ground troops, so that's happy. Southern Europe continues to be his weak link. He lost an infantry and artillery. I just lost an infantry there. Unfortunately, France was the big one that he only lost 1 infantry, and I really needed him to lose more there so that I could pull off the France stack that I was kind of hoping to do. Um, we still may. It just depends on how well how many units survive. Win. I'm just gonna say win. France was supported by the HMS Vanguard. UK 3 transports supported by the HMS Vanguard destroy France. We'll see just how much they killed there. After that, there's a lot of options for US, but it's going to heavily depend on what uh, Japan does. So one of the things I did notice is since he took Italy back, and there's nothing that I can do about that, these fighters can go 1, 2, 3, 4, land in Italy. This guy can fly in through there. This guy can fly in through there. This guy can go in there. So, I mean, that's what, 7 units, 7 planes he can have attacked there. I'm not horribly broken up about losing these guys if he does that. I mean, these transports, they have nothing more really to do. If he lets them live, I'm probably just going to sacrifice them anyways, meaning I may take that artillery here to Caucasus and take that with the US, or that artillery I might take over here to France and drop in France if we got a chance for a stack. Or I could, and then the other one can grab these guys and come in to hit Italy possibly. So I'll probably end up just losing them regardless. So it'll be interesting to see what he does or not. But because of that, I am going to go ahead and just leave the cruiser behind too. One more to hopefully knock off a shot. Knock off a plane is my hope there. We'll see. We're gonna continue to build from here. And I've got a couple ideas. I just kind of changed my mind as I'm just sitting talking this through. So one of the things I'm going to have to watch out for is he brings, 4 bombers and 5 fighters of Japan up, and he's got his 4 bombers of Germany here. We're not going to have a lot of mobility around through this area, so I'm going to need even more defensive navy, and so I'm going to go ahead. I was going to buy for the UK. I was going to buy 4 infantry, 2 artillery, and a bomber. Instead, I'm just going to get 6 infantry, and I'm going to go ahead and build a carrier, even though it's going to be empty. We're going to be bringing back this destroyer, and hopefully this carrier will be coming back too. So we should have enough defensive hits here for next turn. But by going ahead and getting a carrier, that lets me be able to build fighters and or move fighters over as needed. And I got a feeling we're going to need everything we can get on the boat side of things. So yeah, even though it's not as much firepower without the artillery's there and no see 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, and no bomber. I do got my battleship for next turn for hitting with, so we will continue to use that guy for my offensive firepower, I guess. I'll take a look at it. I didn't think about this, and that's I was just kind of considering is I might go ahead and pull back some of these fighters back into um, the peninsula here, just to be able to have them ready to be able to hit or fly back if I don't need them in Moscow. I did half of mine consider hitting tank and the 4 fighters down here, but I just don't think that's worth risking the fighters for that. So instead, we're going to clear West Russia with the fighters and grab that guy, hopefully. So, all right. Well, I think that's what we're going to go. I think we got a best bet plan. So I am going to grab because I want to clean. I want to clear France as best as we can. We're going to bring. Oops. The artillery back. And we're gonna risk that, I should say. We want to at least kill them so that then we can blitz it with uh, Russia. Hopefully, maybe we get lucky and we can actually take it without taking a hit back. That would be splendid. And we're gonna take that take that 50-50 over there to hopefully slow down Japan's movements there. And there we go. Big kills. 4 hits right off the bat. Come on, battleship. This is what we got you for. This is the glory we got you for. There we go. Boom. All right. And that's what the battleship did its job. And only 1 hit back. All right. I think that should give me the opportunity to be able to stack France. I'll have to recalculate it when it comes US's turn, but yay. All right. 2 kills, no hitbacks. There we go. No hitbacks. All right. Well, 1. Oh, forgot Australia down here. I'm like, where? All right. As long as I can keep hitting as many as he hits or more, we're good. Oh, that is not. All right, that's not going to slow him down a whole lot. Well, that was a fail. Oh, wait. If we move him here, and then the Russians move in, Germany could take it out. I need to look. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. So that's a fighter. 1, 2, 3, 4 bombers. Yeah, I think it's worth it putting them up there. I don't want to put the fighters there because then unless I put all of them there, but that's just not going to help me with down this way. 1, 2, 3. Well, if they're here, they could come in there next turn and 1, 2, 3, 4. They could hit any of the C zones. I'm going to think about this for a moment. All right, so maybe this isn't smart. I don't know. I'm not a very smart guy, so we're just going to put them in here. And the thing I was worried about as I look at it more is, one infantry, even with the AA, 1 infantry, 4 bombers, 1 fighter, comes out even IPC value, and he'll wipe my 2 tanks for sure. And he'll still have some bombers living. Putting the fighters in there makes it bad for Japan to hit, and then I did double check, to make sure that the infantry, 4 tanks, and then all that, the 4 bombers and fighter attacking here is still like a 1% chance, so we're okay there.
These four fighters can also still hit Northwest Europe if we need that to trade, and they can still land in France, or they can land in either of the sea zones that they're needed in, or they could come back to Moscow. In worst case, you know, Russia moves out of there. That still leaves four fighters and an AA that he could take four bombers to, but that's still favoring to me. If he wants to take his bombers out, so be it. So I'm gonna go that way. Pull him back. I'm gonna pull him back this way instead of exposing him, and maybe at some point we have to bring some transports down and help fight the Northern Africa with the UK and Southern Africa with the US if we get into that type of game. So, like I said, I think three bombers can hit here, but we still got four American hits there. So, hopefully, that's still good. 12 attack, 12 defense power, but 4 hit points versus 3 hit points. So, hopefully, we're good there. You know what I do want to do? I don't know. I don't know the rules well enough if it'll take place in time for Japan. At one point it used to, and at another point it didn't, and then I heard that it was working that way again. I don't honestly know. I hope it does, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm going to leave the cruiser there. Oh, sub. We need to get him out away from the destroyer still. I think I'll pull him all the way through to help come back around and watch out for this guy running around loose ends. Alright. Hopefully we thought that through. Alright. I'll apologize ahead of time. This is probably going to be a little bit longer term because there's a lot to talk through here. And this is when we start getting into mixed units and turn orders and all that stuff starts getting where it really messes with your head a little bit. So, well, let's start out with Japan's turn here. So, they bought 4 infantry, 2 artillery, 1 tank, so 7 ground, a bomber, and a fighter. So, still getting heavy air. Fighter and bomber are back here, tanks back here, and I'm assuming the other rest of the ground went in here into these places. He did pull out of Alaska and took Hawaii. Still, they're in range of my bomber. He did take Australia and went back with his transport that way. So, if I can kill these guys, which I do plan to go ahead and attacking, destroy a transport with my bomber, then I'll get to save New Zealand for, a 2 point per turn savings until they get back out there. So, that'll be nice. But the abandon here, that means I only need to move 1 infantry over and I can move other ones over. I'm going to play this a bit risky. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it later. But I am going to assume that the bomber kills the destroyer and transport. If not, I'm going to have to pivot. And it's going to slow me down a little bit. But this game, just overall, is very neck and neck, very close. And I just feel like I can't play conservative right now. I need to be on the aggressive side. So we're going to assume that happens, and then I can take that with 1, and I can move these 2 infantry up here, and if you went over there, I'd be able to retake it next turn. So that's where I'm going with this a little bit. On the rest, let's see. Otherwise, he came into the TJ area. He took Novo for free, and you can kind of see where he moved his different units around. Got some more bombers up here. Oh yes, forgot the big one. He did attack C Zone 15, which I kind of expected. So the result of that,
was he lost 4 fighters and 1 bomber for that fleet. And like I said, I haven't really thought it through. I mean, IPC for IPC, that's, what, 36, I forget what a cruiser is, 12, 48, 55, 65 versus 52. So generally speaking, this is IPC positive for him. But you got to remember things like the battleship. I didn't pay for that. That started on the board, right? And the cruiser, I believe. I've lost kind of a little bit of track. Whereas these fighter, the several of the fighters and bombers he's been paying and buying for. So, and then the fact, like I said, the transports were going to be useless for a couple turns regardless. So at the pace where we're going, they're not really going to impact the game too much at the moment. Now, long term, that could be, maybe that's a more costly thing. So I haven't worked out my feelings completely on it, but I feel like I'm okay with that. But it also means he does have, the mixed 4 and 3 bombers over here, and soon I'm sure this other bomber is going to come join. So he'll have these mixed. The good news is they're mixed, so it's a 4 at one time and 4 at a time that he can hit with. So we can kind of prepare for that. So, with that in mind, last time I built the aircraft carrier, I've got 5 fighters here. I'm going to build fighters for America this turn because I don't need the carrier, but I've got the ability to drop 2 carriers in either of these sea zones and land fighters on them in the future if I need to. So, we got some different plays that we can do to protect ourselves from the fleet. So that's the good news there. Bad news is I did take a look at, I am going to land. I am going to go ahead and stack France. It is going to require me to pull these units out. I'm going to be giving up Africa for the most part. I'm not going to really challenge Africa right now because I'm more worried about this blitz right now first. And Africa, when we get into the long game, we'll work on Africa. I'm not going to completely ignore it, but it's secondary to I need to get Berlin. A lot of people say that as long as Allies get Berlin, they'll be fine. The challenge is all these tanks, right? And so he's got 7 tanks here that in 2 turns can be back in Berlin, and I can't take even after I just did my calculations. G8, UK8, US8. I'm not going to have odds, even though it looks like I was like, man, he's getting awfully low on numbers here. I got to have odds on that. I'm not. I'm not going to have odds on that, even with these 4 fighters in a range of Berlin where I placed them last turn intentionally. Still not going to have odds, even with HMS Vanguard. So that means he could get these back, and that's another 7 tanks sitting there. Now, yes, that's pressure off of Moscow, but if he's then winning Africa and winning the income game, and he just keeps bleeding fighters and tanks into Berlin, then that is an Axis win in the long run. So I'm going to have to do one or the other. I'm going to have to take Berlin, or I'm going to have to contest Africa. And right now, I'm going to focus on this. So part of taking Berlin is I really want to see if I can dead zone Ukraine this turn so that he can't just blitz all these guys in there, all those tanks into there. And I don't know if I can. I think I can get pretty darn close, and it's going to be extremely risky to do so, and I'm going to do it anyways. And that's going to be splitting my stacks here between West Russia and Moscow. I'm going to be giving him like a 38% shot on Moscow. I'm going to be giving him a chance to crush Russians with just German troops with his 2 infantry, 3 tanks, 4 bombers. But of course, if he's using his 4 bombers there, that means he's not using them on a couple of my other spots here. That'll make it. That'll be. I mean, he'd lose his 4 bombers basically if he did it too. So there's costs. I don't know. We're gonna see. I'm just gonna take the turn. I don't know that I'm doing the smart play here. I honestly don't. I did go back and I'm calculating. He's got 6 tanks that can come through, 2 infantry and artillery. He's got this bomber is in range as well as those three and this fighter. It's one of these challenging boards where you got to make sure you keep an eye on all these tanks and fighters and bombers and make sure you don't lose track of them because it's very easy to, and certainly many times I have. This time, I'm actually just giving him an opportunity, and we'll see if he takes it. The West Russia will be the better opportunity for him to hit it with the Germans and then possibly follow up with 4 tanks, 4 bombers, and a fighter that the Japan can hit there. But in between turns, I can move an AA and 4 fighters in if he doesn't do enough job with the Germans. So it's at the end of it. I don't have my calculator, but it's a 50-50 battle that is basically IPC neutral, but it is a lot of Germans taking out Russians, which is scary because Japan's following, and I'd rather him have to use Japan units on them. So, anyways, if I do that, then they're not reinforcing Berlin too, so hopefully that buys me 2 more turns to take out Berlin. A lot of different strategies going on here. That Caucasus battle a couple of turns ago, that I'm still paying the prices of not winning that battle. And now, at this point, I'm kind of second guessing. Maybe I should have just sacrificed those tanks and so that Germany couldn't build the 6 units that they've built out here. I don't know. Can't go back in time. So all of that said, I'm buying 9 ground, and so this is the tricky part, right? Is my transport shucking has been all off. So these 2 are going to come in here. These 3 are going to come in here. I need 10 coming in to stack France. These 2 are going back. This guy I am going to bring down to Africa with an infantry artillery, but so that he can come back to France, or we can react as hopefully we're going to see what I can do with my bomber. If it works well, I'm just going to go ahead and say if my bomber lives, he can land over here in the Mexico, Panama area. And the key to either of these is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if I have this transport here, it'll give me the chance to where I could transport and bomber down to South Africa if he tries to jump straight to South Africa, being the more point process one. Which I would not if I was him, but he could, and so it's just a dead zone, starting a partial dead zone in there, and likewise this coast will be dead zoned. But that means I'm putting 9 units in here. I'm going to be moving the tank over this turn, assuming this goes well again. So that would give me 10, because I'm only going to have 2 coming up here. I'm going to have 2 here, 2 coming from here, so that's 4. So these 2 transports, we'll take those 4. So I'll have 9 units in a tank for the 5 transports that are going to land here this turn to come back to next turn. Whew, that's saying a lot. And that leaves me Norway. So Norway, I actually want to build 2 fighters so that I can pump into Moscow or France or threaten Berlin itself. I'm going to leave my 1 AA. It's a little bit risky. My 1 infantry back in Norway. 1 infantry, 2 fighter versus 4 bombers is, again, slightly positive for the defense. If I was him, it's something I would consider hitting, though. So I'm trying to give him lots of options for his bombers that he can't take them all. And that way he has to make a choice. Oh, yes, and I bought a sub to throw down here in the Pacific because, again, we're going to kill this destroyer. This bomber is going to win. And then all he has is a carrier back, so he's going to have to either build a destroyer, spend 8 IPC on a destroyer, or send this one back, and it's going to take him a couple turns, and hopefully we can mess with some logistics over here, and I can continue to build. So that's one of the things I do know in a KGF late game is US does want to pivot to start a little bit of pressure in the Pacific at some point. Now, I wait until I've taken Berlin, but we're going to start trickling a little bit now. I was debating hitting Italy with 2 fighters and artillery, um, to try to take that small chance that we could take Italy and take away 3 production spots. But it's one, it's too risky. Two, I need one of the fighters I'm going to go ahead and bring back to Moscow to help make my crazy move I'm going to do not quite so crazy. So we're just going to grab some money with him. And I think that's everything. Trying to do an eyeball here. Poor. Why is that poor? I do not get those things. We're gonna smoke that destroyer and transport. Snaggle raggle. Well, this is partially why I bought the sub too. At least West USA can be defended since we killed the destroyer, because transport can't come in against a sub. It needs a warship to escort it. So he'll continue to New Zealand. So he's gonna get New Zealand. I wanted my bomber, but oh well. And I still can cover Africa. Excuse me, Alaska. Whew! I make so many of those silly word mistakes. I'm turning into my dad for sure. 2 infantry and a tank. So I mean, we got Alaska covered. We'll have West USA covered by the sub. Still frustrating. Again, could he kill them with 2 infantry and bombers? He could, but he can't do all the other attacks too. So leave the 1 infantry back to give semi-cover for the fighters we're putting in. And happy hunting for the sub. Go have fun in the Pacific. Make them build countermeasures. So here's a turn where I thought about the value of blitzing a tank all the way through and then killing these 2 guys and taking Caucasus so that they couldn't countermeasure and then be able to bring the tank back. But it is a reality that even in doing that, um, he has, what's that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 ground units alone that he could put in Caucasus from on Japan's turn, and then have that factory for Japan, because I doubt I'm going to be able to dead zone 15 units with Russia, to be frankly honest. So I don't think that that's really a the best play in this case. We are going to get 4 IPC. What's that get me? 4 will get me up to 15. So I am going to go ahead and build an artillery to help my weak dead zones that I'm going to have going on around the board here. So I want to do that. We're going to move all in. Push our chips all in. Man, I didn't think about the fact that we could possibly strafe or hit this guy. I just, man, I really want to try to get to a point where I can dead zone tank splits and all the tank splits and through to Ukraine. I'm sticking with my initial plan. Risky? Yes. Very risky. But I don't care. We're going to do this. Come on. I can push the button. Push the button. Push the button. Push the button. Do it. Do it, Chris. Do it. All right. Here we go. I may just blew this game. All right. We're going to see what Germany does. So, this does get me 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 Russians targeting Ukraine. Um, Plus potentially at least the 4 fighters. Um, I don't know. I mean, he can still move 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 into there, plus flying in the bombers and a fighter. 10, 13, 14. Yeah, so uh, we'll see. I don't know what'll happen. It was a very risky move if you analyze the board all the way down. All right, so once again, a lot to talk about here. Um, Germany 8, so he bought 9 infantry, 3 artilleries. So he put an infantry and artillery down into Caucasus to add pressure on the Moscow and 10 into Berlin. I'm happy for him to put German units up here right now. To be honest, I know he's trying to get increase the 1-2 punches and whatnot, but I'm not mad about that. It's better than him putting units up here. Although eventually he'll be able to put fighters and tanks, and they'll be able to get back. Um, so yeah, combat. He did a lot of different combats here. A lot of 1 infantry, 2 bombers, 1 infantry, 2 bombers. You know that he can do his stack move to kill my guy that was there. So forth. He did pretty good other than Karelia. Karelia, he did send just 1 and 2 bombers, and he killed one of my guys, but I got a hit back, so he did not take Karelia, so that was a positive. Um, but Bello, he took with no loss. Bulgaria, Romania, he took with no loss, and the others were undefended, so not a bad round for them. Of course, they got some decent income because they've got these outlier countries, and he blitzed and took Egypt. I'm kind of torn. I almost like let him take Africa with Germany because I'm hoping to take Berlin, and I'll eventually get that money, and that's money that's not going in Japan's pockets. Is one part of my thought, but then the other part of that is because I plan to keep on taking Italy here. But the other side of that thought then is he can build units in here, and if he stacked it with Japan, they can be flying. You know, like I said, tanks and fighters could be going back to Berlin during that time. So I don't want to go crazy and let Germany get a whole bunch of money here, but I don't mind them taking money from Japan. So kind of a split mentality there, I guess. Anyways, The war drags on. I got a feeling this is gonna, like I said, this is actually gonna drag for a while. The good news that I'm looking back at his logistics, right? So he's getting ready. Well, the bad news, he's getting ready to move 2 infantry in, 4 infantry in, 7 infantry, 4 artillery. So that's 11 units getting closer, plus another tank that's going to get closer, and another tank that could get close enough to attack. So he could add 13 ground units in striking range of Moscow on J8 alone, meaning J9 needs to be ready to be defended. And so that's what I sat here and I did a lot of crunching and calculating, trying to figure out what the different combinations of moves could be. But the good news is, so J8 he stacks up, J9 he could attack. But let's look at the other ways here. So these two guys here, they'll move here on 8, they'll move there on 9, so he'll add 3 units on turn 9. But look, blank, 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 blank. So this guy goes here, 8, 9. He's not getting into the front line until 10. These guys, 8, 9, not getting to the front line until 10. This guy, 8, 9, not getting up there till turn 10. So turn 9, he's only going to have 3 units adding, and then turn 10, he'll add in these other ones will get added into it as well. So I need to survive 9. If I survive 9, then I'm probably going to make it at least to 11. And I think that's where I need to at least get to maybe have a shot on Berlin at that by that point. I don't know. So so that's where my thought is. So I looked at these 4 fighters. I'd love to keep them in range of Berlin if possible. And I looked at the permutations of what a J8, G9, J9 attack would look like. I looked at what a G9, J9 attack after he moves all his units in range would look like. Of course, for J9, I'll be able to move them back. So that's the good news. Um, so, all right, my cat's crawling in my lap right now and making my computer scroll. Sorry. All right, my good luck charms here. Okay, you need to sit still, cat. I. All right, my co-general here is making things challenging. Hold on. So, point being, I can keep these in range of everything over here and being able to get back to the carrier and whatnot, as well as back in range in Moscow for another turn and not have to be directly in Moscow. And so I'm gonna take advantage of that this this go, I believe. It does mean I'm bringing the U.S. over here, and then I'll probably do a flip flop when I can, pull the U.S. out for the attack. So, all right. So, I also want to eat up what I can, make Germany trade as much as possible. So we're going to do that. And yeah, so here we go. Purchases. I'm going ahead and getting some artilleries on the board. We need to start getting some firepower. We're low on artilleries versus all our infantry. Although that's not so true for the UK now that I look like that, but we do get the 6. We're going to be dropping 4. Going to be +1, so we still got room for it. So we'll go ahead and do that. Meanwhile, I decided to go ahead and build a fighter. I was going to build a bomber, and as tempting as it is, but I think I want another fighter just in case as he starts bringing this other bomber over and bringing this fighter in, and he can build more air with Germany. I want to be a little proactive on the defensive side, potentially. So I decided to go ahead and build a fighter, maybe save a couple IPC because, well, let's face it, we're going to be losing money from Africa getting lost. But we are going to grab these two hopefully, so that'll help and stock up money now for when we start getting robbed of money by Africa getting lost. That's also why I'm not going to build why I'm not building a fourth transport, because my only guaranteed money is this 4, 12, 18. Everything else UK can lose. Um, and we'll be trading these guys off for maybe 20 and 23, but 18 is 6 infantry, 3 boats. You need 24 to do 8 infantry, so I'm just going to use the extra income I can for excesses like fighters and artilleries and bombers. So I am going to do the shot there. I almost thought about splitting them up. Go HMS Vanguard, keep kicking butt. I may end up moving the second infantry in there. I may not. It kind of depends on how this goes, how this goes. Um, if this goes well and I get 2 infantry still left there, then I'll probably move 2 over. But with those heavy bomber trades, the difference between 2 infantry and 1 infantry, he can still do like he was doing, 1 infantry and 2 bombers shots. So I think that might be it. I think we'll be bringing the rest on into here. All right. Yep. Let's go. Come on, keep that investment rolling. Oh! Thank goodness the infantry took care of backing up the vanguard. The vanguard failed. We could have had 2 infantry in there. Ah, rats. It's always the risk when you do that. I do want to double check one thing real quick here. So yeah, we'll still be okay if I want to bring these guys back. Bring them up here. Japan's going next. Don't want them there because I don't want Germany having a shot at them. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we can give him the 3 versus 3 option if he wants to do 3 bombers versus 3 fighters. Oh yes, we do want to take care of this guy so that if he takes New Zealand, at least we're going to take the transport out because he can't get coverage. I mean, I'm a little torn here. I'm debating the fighters because fighters are slightly more valuable to me than the bombers are to him, right? bombers are a 4 on attack. They're really not anything on defense. My fighters are 4 on defense, so it's kind of a mismatch. You know, if they go split even, it has no real effect on the timing of Moscow. But they are an attack weapon, so if he wipes them out, I do lose my added attack by the UK. I think maybe what I'm going to do is move that AA over, even though it may end up getting lost. It may be useful for the whole bit over here. So instead of moving the AA this way, let's move the AA here and go ahead and bring these guys. Now, the only problem with doing that is that AA is not going to make it back to Moscow, but we will have 2 AAs there anyways, and so be it. Alright, I think that's it. Ah, I hate it when it does that to me. Alright. Go ahead and put him on the boat. Because it doesn't really matter. You know, these sea zones are still 1 away, so. There we go. Alright, here we go, moving right along. Japan's round 8, they bought 4 infantry, 3 artilleries, 3 tanks, and a destroyer, so 10 grounds bought into the picture. You can see he expanded on down here into Africa. Excuse me. And, well, he attacked Moscow. He did build a destroyer, so my 1 sub buy got him to build a destroyer, so 6 for 8. I'll take it. He's just got the lone carrier kind of floating around here. Of course, he's threatening an Alaska attack here. He's got this transport floating around here free, which I'm not a big fan of that, but he can't hit anything, including he can't get back down here to New Zealand yet, so I assume he's just heading back to the mainland right now. So it's all getting a good bit complex, and I tried to do some forward predicting, counting, calculating. It looks like UK US 10. I might, and again I'm saying looks like might. It's really hard to calculate what he's gonna do between then and now, but it looks like I should have about a 90% shot on Berlin. I believe round 10 for the Allies, and I was calculating ahead, and I know round 9 I'll be safe in Moscow. I did not calculate to round 10 yet. I was going to do that, but I didn't because I got a feeling it's going to be kind of iffy. I think it's going to be ishy-washy. I'm going to go ahead and prioritize getting to Berlin. I'm going to actually pull these troops right on out. I'm just going to let Africa go for right now. And just, you know, he either needs to recommit this way and just barely, scarcely do the bare minimum, in which case I'll be able to take it back when I need to, or he needs to commit here, which is going to weaken his attack up here. The fact that he went ahead and took a shot at Moscow actually turns out. I had to go back and look. I did not think he had odds, but so I lost 1 artillery, 1 AA, 5 infantry, so that's a defense power, a defense strength, as I call it. If you know my power and strength bit that I talk about, so those are 4 each. So that's 24 plus the AA, so 24 in an AA. His attack power he lost. That's going to be, let's see, 6, 36, 41, 46, 52. So I definitely got the better end of the deal out of all of that, even though it looks scary, and it is kind of scary. I'm actually going to be able to
pull my Russians back, fly a couple planes out of here, and still hold on fairly confidently in G9, J9. Eventually they're going to have to come back into Moscow, but I'm going to set them up, prep them for be able to attack Berlin or come back by hanging out here in Scandinavia. So, so that's what the plan looks like at least. I mean, right now I'm looking at what my plan is, and it would leave him. I'm looking at pulling 2 of these fighters out. That would leave him a 15% chance of taking on Japan 9, which I don't think he's going to want to take. But again, I didn't think he'd take the shot he did here. Um, so yeah, that is what we stand on. Or I could choose to not move him and stay relatively safe, and then move him next turn, since I know I'm not going to have a 9 timing. So maybe I will end up leaving him here. I haven't really decided yet. I I do want to hit this guy, and so I could just bring all my bring 4 fighters and make sure I hit them and then land them in Karelia. Of course, that leaves him infantry and 3 bombers, and I wouldn't have any ground there. I just had the fighters, bombers, and AAO, so that's a little bit risky. I'd kind of not want to do that. So these 2 guys hitting here would be flying back up to here or here. I don't know. I haven't fully decided out my plan yet. What I do know, I'm going to buy 6 ground units, 2 for up here, 4 for up here for 2 coming back. This guy's already got 2 built that he'll be able to get when he comes back. These 5 are going to pick up the 9 here plus the extra, which is actually going to be this one because I'm probably going to leave the tank back just to be able to blitz in case he gets pulled with Africa. So those are my ground units. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and build another sub as well as 2 bombers. And so that's going to dead zone these spots from him. And we'll see if he decides to go, if he decides to push his luck, so to speak, there. But the 2 subs and 2 bombers can take out the carrier, destroyer, fighter. And then, again, the tank is extra. The 2 fighters are extra. So if he hits, well, I'll have 2 infantry, excuse me, there. And the tank, I'll be able to hit Alaska back if he goes to it. So it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for him to go for it, in my opinion. So that's the purchase. I don't believe I got very many, if any, attacks, now I think about it. Oh, wait, yes, I do got this guy. Like I said, I'm a little iffy on landing the guys up in here. Although I could bring him out. Germany goes next, so he wouldn't be able to blitz. Because I'm going to put the Russian... Oh, I can't land him there until the Russian takes it. Duh. Never mind. I also want to double check France here real quick. I think I looked at that already. And that's the 9 infantry, 7 artillery, 4 bombers. I got 15, 19, 23. I'm going to be bringing 25 out. Yeah, I'm fine there. We're fine. I don't even need the fighter there anymore, I don't believe, with what I have coming, so I can move my fighter stack even bigger in one spot. So let's see, that can go both ways. That's going to give me 19 infantry, 4, 5, 6 artillery. So yeah, I'm going to have 25 units. 19, 25, 25. And the most he's got 20 he's attacking with. So we are good. And I can even pull that fighter out, Just build infantry here. Oh, don't do that. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Actually, I'm building 2 infantry. Why don't I move these guys? Oh, okay. Yeah, one of them, or the AA can come over. So yeah, we're gonna go like that. So that'll give me 5 fighters versus any sort of bomber attack there. Actually, I think I'm okay with. I think I'm okay with a 4 there, just in case he tries it. I think we're gonna leave one of these guys back in Moscow just because he tried that attack already. He may be thinking he's in a desperate point. 8, 9, 10. Move him back. I'm going to slide him up here to threaten his carrier, move his carrier out of the way. The destroyer still can't reach me. Ooh, don't forget those. Woo! I almost forgot those guys. That is not what we want. Alright, I think we got everything else. This is getting nerve-wracking, I ain't gonna lie. All these squiggly lines, and how many times I hit something and I'm like, ugh. After it moves to pieces, I'm like, ah, that's not what I wanted. Grab us a little bit of money. I did realize, I'm glad I brought that one fighter back, because I do want to leave one Russian infantry here so that the tank can't blitz through to here, or to here, even worse yet, with the 4 bombers. So, that's one less infantry I got in there than I was planning. Eek. It's getting low on numbers, getting low on numbers. Alright, we'll see what he does. Alright, so Germany bought 7 infantry, 4 artillery. He put 1 infantry in Caucasus. I find that to be a little bit of a weird play. I don't know what value that really adds. He is working his way back to Ukraine, so this tank is going to be able to get back, which I wasn't counting that in my calculations for round 10. I'm sure that'll throw it off a little bit.
which means these guys will get back for 11. So it's all just going to be who can be the most efficient on cleaning things up here. Um, so here we go. Let's see, what do we do? Um, Combat. He did a lot of heavy combats. 2 infantry, 1 artillery, 1 bomber for Italy. 2 and a bomber for Northwest Europe. 2 and a bomber for Baltic. Uh, the 4 guys going into Ukraine. 2 and a bomber in West Russia. The bad news is all 4 of those, except for what, Italy. It looks like I got no hit backs. Right? Yeah, he got 1 hit in Italy. Oh, I got 1 in Baltic, 1 in Ukraine. Oh, I must have had a couple in there. So I guess I got a couple hits backs. All right. Well, I guess I won't complain too much. Anyways, I thought he would do the 1 infantry, 2 bomber, 1 infantry bomber, and then just stack kill Ukraine. And I wasn't really expecting Germany to go for West Russia. I mean, yes, it gets Germany lots of money, so Germany's still rather rich, but they've only got 10 production spots is the good news. So hopefully we're going to make them just not get good use of that. So we're going to buy a fighter because of the move I'm going to make. I was going to buy a bomber and use up more of that, but we're just going to save 3. Again, we're losing money quickly down here, so but we are going to gain some European money instead. So we're going to get exchange, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to go back into the Baltic here. This is going to be a little bit risky because we got, right? We got the 3 bomber, 4 bomber we got to watch out for. If I can take Northwest Europe, then out here we only need to worry about the 4 bomber turn. It's just the Baltic, and so we're only going to take two transports into here, and we're going to go ahead and the Vanguard's going to do its most important mission yet, and that's going to be to try to take out the AA guns in Berlin. So we're going to go for that. We're going to do the battleship, 1 infantry, 1 artillery attack onto into Germany, and see if we can't maybe take out an AA or 2 if possible. So that's as we're building up our fighters and planes and whatnot, we want to make them some safe ground. Italy's a little bit tougher. I'm normally I'm like, let's trade Italy heavily, but he's got all these bombers, so you can trade kind of efficiently. So I'm not like, let's go too crazy there. Oh wait, you know what? Let's keep 1 infantry back. One, two, three, four. We can still fly back. Hey, battleship, you're not supposed to be attacking yet. Not there. You're coming up here. So what did we miss? Where's my other airplane? That's what we're looking for. We want the airplane. Hold up. Wait a minute. There we go. 50-50. Let's just go ahead and take it. I mean, otherwise he will have his bomber that can. I mean, maybe I should make him use his bomber or take the 50-50. We're just gonna go ahead and take it to him. Why not? Probably because it's not the best play, but we'll see. Anyways, that's why not. Oh, come on. They're gonna storm Italy just fine. This is actually a pretty big one. I really thought about putting that 3rd guy in, but miss. Crap. Come on. Are you kidding me? Ah, they'd hit last time. Urgh. That means that the German bombers could, or excuse me, Japan bombers could go for a strike and land there and try and go for a big C Zone 8 kill. We're going to have to play this very carefully. Dude, what the heck? Alright, well, there goes round 10 shots. Are you kidding me? He just got some major advantage trading between last turn with his Germans and that. There you go. He did his job. Took out an AA gun. Alright. I was hoping to get a hit with one of those two, but man, I am frustrated with that Baltic and Northwest. I was really just, the big thing is getting these German units off the board. Thank you. Yay. Alright, built a fighter, so we need one fighter to come back in here. Alright. So, this gives me 2 carriers, 2 destroyers, 2 fighters in this C zone. Let me check this out. Alright, so yeah, so here we go. This is what I'd pre-done just to prepare is what if you did a 1-2, 3 bombers, 4 bombers, and we're doing this as fighter before carrier so that, and then hopefully we'll be able to switch it back to carrier before fighter afterwards. Even if we're going to test it out if it's fighter before carrier then too, but then he hits 3 bombers against my 222, but then the U.S. can fly in 2 fighters before the German bombers come in. And so we got a 75% chance of holding everything there and him losing all those bombers. Let's see if that switches over. I mean, still that's going to be in favor for me, even if we got, if it doesn't let me switch it and do a destroyer or fighter before carrier. Yeah, we're still looking at a 70%-ish chance of holding there, so that's good. And then the other one is the 3 destroyers, 1 bomber. If he goes after the Baltic, we should live at least with the battleship. And if the battleship lives, and then they send 4 bombers, we can always slide the carrier over and a couple fighters land in there, and we're good. So we should be okay with all that ship maneuvering in there. I'm just so ticked because I want those units off the board. And I'd like that money to be for the UK, but US can use that money. It's not like they're gonna complain. We're gonna continue hunting, helping hunt over here. Can move everything over. Yep. Okay.
need the second fighter there. So I am happy the Vanguard did his job. The Vanguard's been a good investment. Oh boy. Let me tell you what, I opened this game up. I'm like, oh my goodness. That's a whole lot of Axis colors on that map. So, first glimpse, this looks very dire. Very, very dire. At a closer look of crunching numbers, I don't even have to bring any more fighters in here on US's turn, and I can defend this G10, J10 without even have to bring in fighters from UK's turn necessarily. So I can leave all these fighters committed to Berlin on UK 10, US 10, and we're going to be all right. Now, G11, Japan 11, I bet he's probably going to have odds at that point. I didn't even run the calculator for it, but I'm pretty right now. I've got 95% odds on Berlin with my UK US 10 round. So I know I conceded Africa. I gave it up. But he's so spread across right now. He doesn't have a consolidated attack. So even though I got, low units in Moscow, he still doesn't have a great attack there with me building units that I'm going to build. So it looks a lot worse than it is right now, but it sure doesn't feel good. He did move his fleet in here, which I not super concerned with it because all he can do is come back and shuck units from Caucasus up to Italy. But now he's just gonna let me. I got points for UK. I got 3 points for Italy for UK, and now I'm gonna get 3 points for US as well. So he's letting me double cash in on Italy ultimately there. And he's got no units along here he can grab and come out and do something weird out here. I'm going to be bringing in a couple of fighters. I'm going to have my bombers. We'll have this sealed off okay. So I'm not really sure that this was beneficial for him. I'm not super scared about it. If he wants to pull units off of attacking Moscow to bring him back in here and trade Italy back and forth with me, so be it. I'm not too worried about that. So here we go. Let's see. He bought 4 infantry, 3 artillery, 3 tanks, and a fighter. He did build a fighter back here for my little build up, which is fine. I'm going to take these bombers out of here. And it's just he's got now 2 fighters away from anything and a destroyer that he built um, previously. So this is good for me right now. I'm going to build a couple fighters for East USA that can, like I said, reach down here if need be, or reach over here to support the air aircraft carrier next turn. And if everything goes well and I don't need them, then they can turn around and land on a carrier here next turn, and then he has this. I'll have 2 subs and a carrier, even if he presses in. Um, so we'll be all right. Plus, we're gonna leave positioning our units here so that we can attack Alaska if he chooses to use a transport there, and we're gonna be okay. My purchase is only 8 ground units. And you say, well, you got 5 transports coming here. You need 10 ground units to come back to them. And that would be true if I expected all 5 transports to come back. But except on US 10, I'm counting on 2 transports grabbing units off of Norway here. So we're going to put 2 units here, 6 back in here for the other 3 transports to come back. But I'm planning on 2 transports coming on in and attacking in here. Now, again, one thing I gotta be mindful with my movements here with the fleets is the whole double sets of bombers here, and make sure I don't expose either one of mine with my fighters attacking and leave somebody else exposed to getting hit. So we gotta be a little bit careful, mindful of how we play anything, and that's why I want to get a couple of fighters built in that can fly in as the rest of the fighters are hitting Germany. So
One quick double check on something. Yep, we're good there. I like keeping as many of my fighters up here just so I have the ability to pivot either way, but I am going to have to send... I want to conserve my artillery because he'll be able to hit back there, so I am going to send one down this way. Otherwise, my other guys are going to hit here, and this seems ridiculous, but we've seen too many strange things happen, so we're just going to go ahead and make sure we actually kill that guy, basically, without any stupid stuff happening. We need one in there. I believe that's it for the attacks. Just trying to get a look at what's going on down here, but I don't have anything that can reach down that way since I conceded all that. Yeah, that appears to be all, folks. I do want to check. Yeah, okay. Okay. I saw the red Berlin. I was like, I'm not attacking Berlin. Wait a second. I had a momentarily panic there. Okay, there we go. Alright, and a whiff. Nice. Now Germany has to send a few extra units if he really wants to take Italy back. And I did count this tank coming back too, and these two guys coming back as well. In my 90 plus percenter chance on Berlin next turn. The question is going to be whether he decides to stay and fight or if he decides to retreat. And that's good for Russia. I am going to leave my tank for that Alaska bit. So that gives me 6 unless he attacks and the tank has to go back, in which case I'd only have 5 for those guys. But we'll have the infantry and the tank. We're just going to space out a little bit, make him think we're trying to do something, but we're really not. We're going to come back ultimately in all likelihood and consolidate. But if we're spacing out, we got 3 different subs, maybe he'll buy another destroyer for us. I think that's all my guys. So, he knows I put my bombers up here in Greenland. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they can hit Alaska. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they can hit Berlin. And 6 land. So I don't have to worry about protecting them from these bombers. Originally, I was going to land them in Norway, but I was worried, am I going to have enough to protect them from bombers just doing straight bomb runs? So this way, by moving them over, I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And by having bombers up here, they're safe from his bombers, but I can hit him.
are going to put an infantry artillery up here. And we're going to drop our 2 fighters in here and our 6 infantry down there. So Russia's gonna have, we're gonna be able to blitz this one. So we're gonna be able to just walk into here. So we're gonna have 2, 4, 6, 8, 16 next turn. Love to get up to 18, so I can just save 2 and get to 18. I am gonna go ahead and take a 1 crack shot on this guy just to prevent Japan from hitting Karelia again. Do want to make sure you remember that. Good job, fighter. That's what we'd like to see. There we go. So round 10, we're going to take, hopefully we're going to take, I should say, Berlin. Um, I don't know if he'll feel the pressure and get desperate and try and take a shot at Moscow. It's not very good for him, even without me. So let me make an adjustment real quick. It's actually that and that. So, yeah. Without bringing any fighters back, I've got like a 35, 40% chance to hold, but I got room that I can bring back a UK fighter too if he does decide to attack. Or if I have to bring them all back, then I can delay just a little bit longer and still be able to take odds on here before he takes Moscow. So, all right. I believe that wraps up the turn. So typically in my games, you normally can see, I feel like, who's going to win somewhere between round 7 and round 10, that you can get a pretty good feel of what it's looking like. This game, round 7, I did not know. I'd say it was round 9, last round, that I actually started feeling confident, which is hard to say. Again, staring at this board of just all this orange and blue, it's hard to say I feel confident. But the reality is Japan Axis doesn't have anything on Russia, and for me to take Berlin on UK and US 10, and actually I'm just going to pull up a calculator for US 10. If all UK does is kill the AA gun, we got a 98% capture chance. And that actually includes, if you look at 50-50, 10 ground still living. So this is looking pretty good. So this is 16 infantry, 8 artillery, and 7 bombers. 16, 8, 7. And so he can't get any other, he's got no other planes. He killed all his tanks. I think that's where he made his big mistake, is when he attacked Moscow and he lost all those fighters and tanks. He could have been shoving them into Berlin right now and get all of these infantries and artilleries that he has bound up next to Moscow. But he lost all his tanks and his fighters, so he's got no Japan to come to the rescue for the defense of Berlin. So as it is, U.S. by themselves are able to take Berlin confidently. I'd like to get rid of the AA to minimize losses, but that means I don't even need to risk my UK air hitting Berlin at all. We're just gonna let the good old HMS Vanguard keep earning its money. I still can't believe I bought a battleship, but I did, and it's earning its money. It's gonna earn its value. We're gonna hit here. Hopefully he hasn't changed his defense profile. He might have changed it after losing the one last time. In which case, whatever. If we hit an infantry, then we hit an infantry. And then our next goal is going to be to try to get as many German units off the board as possible so that he can't have some sort of retake on Berlin. And I'm hoping to get it so he only has these 3 units left sitting there. That's my goal with my attacks here this turn. It does mean, as much as I'd kind of like Italy be in US's hands, I'm probably going to end up giving it to UK. Um, and so be it. I'd rather just, I think if US takes Berlin, and we've got 2 shots up here, and then we'll still siphon some people in through transports. I think we'll be okay, and UK backing with their 11 units. And if we can just hold Moscow. So originally I was thinking, well, maybe I should just leave Karelia alone, right? Let Moscow fall and then take Karelia, because then whichever unit takes Karelia or country takes Karelia gets a free factory. But I think I'm just going to try and defend Moscow. I just don't even want to lose Moscow. So we're gonna hit and we're gonna filter. Just start like this turn. We're gonna go ahead and filter 3 fighters on over. And since we're gonna be wiping these guys, I don't need these fighters here. So they're gonna filter up to Finland, and then we're just gonna keep filtering fighters on over until our units, our ground can get over there, and see if we can't just hold Moscow altogether. And we'll start worrying about cleaning this up here momentarily, because he's going to have to start focusing his forces up this way, and so we can start coming down. So let's see. Germany bought 12 infantry and artillery, so he's still putting units down here in Caucasus. I guess trying to prep for a 1-2 punch, but I mean it's getting weaker actually since I'm going to wipe out his bombers. And he did a lot of attacking again. Normally this is where I'm as Germany. I find it more effective just to turtle on up and have a better chance. But he sent 3 units on Italy, and he still sent 2 units, 2 ground to Northwest Europe, and he just stack shot Poland there, of course. I don't think he lost very many units. Doesn't look like. So no losses, no losses, no losses. 1 infantry loss. But with his multiple bombers, at worst I would have gone 2 ground and 2 bombers, 1 ground and 2 bombers to Northwest Europe, so that you didn't have these extras and have a couple more units sitting in Berlin at least. That's my play. But in any case, so we had 30 IPC to spend. We're going to go ahead and buy 6 to continue to shuck with the transports, of course, and that leaves us enough to be able to buy us a fighter as well. And again, I'm just going to have to measure my boat placements so that Japan's 3 bombers don't have a shot at crippling me anywhere here. Which at this point the U.S. is all in, other than those 4 units. Even if he killed all of this, he'd just take out 4 of my units that I can attack with. So we'll dance around here with the tank to tank dance. He's got to come for me. So we're going to move 1 that way. We're going to move 4 that way. You know what? Hold up. Well, let's just finish this thought. We're going to hit those guys. I'm thinking we get enough here. What if we just did that? Eh.
I was considering just doing, using two transports on Berlin, but we're just gonna let the HMS Vanguard do its job, take out the one, and then let the U.S. come and finish up. So we got infantry, two fighters. Oh wait, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. What are we doing? I want to make sure we're unloading from here. We don't want to leave our transport out there because it'll get sniped out there. This one, we did come back and we're unloading from the Baltic. Okay, good. Actually, I don't want him unloading from the Baltic either. I do. I want him going there. Okay. I am just losing my mind here, folks. Because I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket just in case of disaster. I want to split my UK transports up. So Northwest Europe's hitting from here. The rest are hitting from the Baltic to hit Berlin and there. And so we should have battleship and those guys hitting. There we go. Gives me one extra guy. Let's move him on up this way, I think. There we go. How about all of that? Yeah, I don't think I got any other UK troops running around. Oh, I think I forgot about the sub down here. Last turn, maybe. We don't need that anymore. Alright, here we go. HMS Vanguard. Earn your money. Implausible. Come on. There we go. Well, good thing those fighters did a lot of work. The flip here, the fighters did all the work. Bombs away. Does he continue to show his worth as the greatest UK battleship? No, he missed. All right, there we got the hit. Hey, we got the AA. Woo! Oh, I'm disappointed in the Vanguard. Quick and clean. So these guys can come on in there. These guys can float on up into there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to put a fighter there. Will be 5 for the 3. Keep the AA there. Oh yeah, the sub. Where do we want to move this sub to? Let's bring him on up here. Oh wait, no,
destroyer can reach me then, can't he? Oh, if I was thinking, next turn I'll have to place him where we got two subs there if he doesn't build another destroyer. But we don't want him there. We don't want to give him a free kill. So maybe we'll come over here and threaten this guy. Make him get back. Alright, that looks good. I'm gonna make sure I get into the C zone over here. Hopefully we're talking about the fall of Berlin and US 10. Alright, so Japan bought 6 infantry, 3 artillery, a fighter, a bomber, and a tank. um, grinding it out. The good news about this is I calculated what if he bought 4 bombers and a fighter. He had 58, which he could have. And he brought all the tanks he had within range, including he could have used his transport to bring a tank into here. And he brought those 3 bombers out of Berlin. What would that mean? And basically, even if I flew these fighters directly over US turn, and then these 2 fighters over on UK's turn, it basically had Moscow still at like, I want to say it was like a 50, 60 something percent chance for Japan. But he did not. And he left his 3 bombers there to get killed because the US is about to kill all these guys. So it now, I can use these guys to attack and come back up here. I don't even have to bring these guys over here, and it still keeps it under a 10% chance for a 1-2 of Germany, Japan, 11. So now it comes to, okay, can we protect 12? So we're going to hit, we're going to fly back up to, Norway or Finland, or maybe, well, probably not Karelia because he does have a lot of units here, but, we'll fly back up to here so that on US 11, they can fly right in. The UK can go in on UK 11. US can go in on US 11. We're going to even have this guy going in, so we're going to have 6 more fighters going into there. He's going to have his ground starting to match up, but we're then going to have Berlin, and we're going to start walking out. Now, we're only going to take blue territories, Germany territories, that we know we're going to hold permanently. If we don't know we're going to can't keep it, then we're not going to change it. That way, Japan can't come and take it. Like this, I don't know that I'll ever take Caucasus. Until I can take Caucasus and know that I can keep it, I'm not going to take it, no matter what, because I don't want Japan to turn around and take it and then make it into a production spot right here, up here in the front lines. So at this point, I'm feeling pretty confident about this game. I even though there is still a lot of orange and blue out there, that's going to start decreasing. We're going to, as long as everything goes well in Berlin, we can go ahead and drop some U.S. ground troops down here now. Yes, he's building up this med fleet, but my UK is going to be coming out of the Baltic, and they're going to be sitting my battleship, 4 destroyers, a carrier, and heck, I may throw another battleship. Probably not. Just kidding. But I can throw another couple boats in here, and I can dead zone C zone 14 and keep them in the Mediterranean. They're not really going to hurt me there. So I'm feeling pretty good. The other side over here too, my little play kind of worked. He did go ahead and take Alaska, but I'm going to be able to pull both subs back, these 2 fighters over, and build a carrier this turn. And they're going to have not going to have odds on me. I'm going to have odds on them. And we're going to start, again, if US wins this, we're going to be getting 43 IPC from Germany as well. So we can drop a nice big Pacific fleet here and start attacking Japan on this side. In addition, I am building a transport this turn, so I'm going to go ahead and get Hawaii on US 11 is the plan. So we're going to start pressing this way, maybe be able to grab a victory city and finish this game off um, while we press through Europe. So we got 7 infantry, artillery, transport, and a carrier for over on the West USA. I am going to use at least one of these just to grab here. I'm probably going to bring the other 2 transports down here too if I don't need them going this way. But we're going to save it, watch just in case we need to bring more here in case this does not go as well as we would like it to. I am going to go ahead and use the tank to come back over that way because I did check. I still got a 94% chance on Berlin even with only one of the bombers. "33 units versus his 31, but 7 of those are one-shotters for him. And I've got a good load of 2s and 3s and a 4 in there. I wish I could use him to hit Alaska, but then I wouldn't be able to land on my boat, so we're not going to do that. Alright. Let me get my handy dandy calculator, make sure 33 units, 30 versus 31 versus 31. And let's go. Alright, so I want 10 hits to his 9 hits is the average first round. 3, 9, 10. Alright, well, we got there. Ooh. Versus 10. Okay, he got an extra hit in there. We should still be okay with that. So I'm now hitting, let's see, 8 hits. 8, 9. Okay, we got a bonus. Oh, he's taking the bombers last. Oh, that's going to make it easier. I'm not too worried now. We just got to get through those guys in the bombers. I shouldn't say anything. I'm going to shut my mouth because... Oh. Okay. Oh, I guess I had the numbers. That's why I was hitting them. A little confused there. Let's see. Hold up a second. He does have these transports here. We don't want to just give him a freebie. Now, technically, he could kill the bomber, right? With the fighters pretty easily. It's going to take 2 movements. So where is he going to fly out to that I won't be able to then kill him? So if he wants to take out the bomber to lose his fleet, okay, go for it. So I'm not too worried about him attacking the lone bomber sitting there. This carrier and destroyer. I'm trying to decide what I want to do with them. These guys can't reach anything here, so I could come down here and then come back if need be. They stick their head. Well, no, I think I want to stay up here. Well, UK will move first. So my fighters are up here. We'll keep them up here. But we're going to stay on the side of France, I think, though. I don't know. I mean, honestly, even though he's got all this orange, yeah, I think he's in a tough shape. Because we're going to start eating back this. We're going to start eating over here. And we're just going to start pushing this way. And US just got rich. Bombers are out of the picture, so we can go back to our normal defensive profile. Let the AAs go first. What? I lied. In case he decides to do a 1-2, I'll still save the AA first, Germany. Let's see. Do I want to be aggressive and attack up here? Artillery, tank, bomber. I mean, he's got these guys. I mean, he's going to attack Corelli regardless. Although, if I go here, maybe he uses those instead of going... Well, those don't do him any good. Let's see. Well, that gives me 11, and that would give me 12, 13. If I win it. I think we're just going to stick with what we got. We're just going to do this. We're just going to be calm and collected. Be nice to take it. Get that 4th unit to be able to build 4 units next turn. Yay! we go.
All right, so continuing on, it looks like he's going to give it a maybe a Hail Mary shot at Moscow. Um, we'll see if he can continues or not, but I just want to talk a little bit about the position here. So, you know, my feeling is, a couple turns ago, I realized that I had an edge when his German units started dropping really quickly and he started moving into Africa. I realized I had an edge in the race between Berlin and Moscow. One of the nice things, I brought units down here to encourage him to continue to bring here a couple turns ago. But remember, the transport that came here, he goes to France and then Berlin. Whereas when he gets units into Africa from Japan, they can't get back up to Moscow or Berlin that quickly. So I quickly, helped try to draw some units this way and then pivoted back over here to make the strike on Berlin on 10. Um, a couple of mistakes that I feel like he made that handed this game. I feel like I got a good advantage in this game now. But a couple of the mistakes that I feel like he made is one, that attack on Moscow. What I really felt like, if I was in his shoes, all those tanks and planes and everything he had he parked them here in Ukraine and he was sitting here, he could threaten Moscow or get over to Berlin to help either way. I think he should have stationed himself sitting here in Ukraine personally with the tanks, all the Japan tanks he had, instead of crashing all his tanks and his planes into Moscow a couple turns back. Because I felt like he had the advantage at that point, and he just needed to get into a position where he could just stall out Berlin until he used his advantage that he was getting from coming into Africa and whatnot to eventually build up the Japan forces to where they're needed. And then the second part is, he's got all these blue territories that are doing him absolutely no good at this point. I mean, other than I'm not getting the income, but now at this stage in the game, only the orange matters. The blue doesn't matter, and so territories like here, 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 here. There's no advantage to me taking any of these, um, simply because if Japan can take them back, there's no advantage to me taking them because then I'm just going to turn the income over to Japan. So I plan on being very careful on the blue territories I take back, being ones that I feel like I need or are in a position that I'll be able to stack them. Like Ukraine is one that's probably going to be a while till I can actually take that one. I am going to go ahead and take all the ones right next to Berlin because I do want to get these stacked quickly, as well as Karelia. The other ones here, these are going to be ones that just kind of sit and wait until I'm comfortable that I can hold those positions. The other thing that you look at Japan here, their production lines are all back here. So they got a long ways to go to get to the front versus Allied production lines are here. So really, that almost puts the midline right through the axis through this point, which is not a good spot for the axis to be in, if you will. Because this is where Japan would like to have factories in one of these two. This is the only place that he could take over with Japan. It has at least a 2 as of how the board is right now to put a factory. So, in any case, that was my quick rundown. Catch up where we're at. So Germany did take a turn. They attacked Russia with whatever he could to try to diminish it. That's why I've got a feeling he's trying to just go ahead and take it out, take a shot at it. He did take Algeria again. That he won that, so that's another unit that I don't need to worry about taking these back anytime soon because they're not helping him at all. And then he took Karelia, yeah. So with UK here, I do get 3 more production spots. I don't really have the money for them yet, but my goal with 6 here and 3 here, that's 9 units because I got my 3 transports. So I want to get my income to 27 with UK, a steady income of 27. Right now we're sitting at a 25. And so I want to get them one of the properties that's going to stay in UK's hands. So I'm going to go ahead and take Southeast Europe with UK and get that to their 27. I am going to go ahead and take Karelia, but he can take it back, and so I kind of think he maybe, if he doesn't attack Moscow, that he will. Um, if not, then that's two more for that gives just a little leeway for UK, and then we'll see where it goes from there. So, anyways, this turn I'm going to buy 6 infantry, 2 artillery is it. I am going to put a couple units down here, even though he does have it dead zoned with Japan. I may just drop some U.S. units in there afterwards. But I mean, if he does kill it, if he does take it with Japan, then hey, great, U.S. can grab a new factory right up in the front lines. So I'm okay if he attacks my 2 units I put in there. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and grab that guy, and he has no planes that can reach the Baltic right now. His only 2 planes he has is a bomber over here and a fighter down here. Now I presume they're going to move closer to where I won't be able to do what I'm getting ready to do, but I'm going to leave the transports here naked because I'm going to be pulling the Navy back here to start to contest these guys. Really got nothing better to do, so let's just make sure there's no Dice God stuff going on. Yep, that's going to be it. The Vanguard is relinquished from doing bombardment. He needs to be taken back into fleet defense. Maybe he'll get a Navy battle out of all of this. And that's why we send all those fighters. And like I said, Japan could heavy trade these guys. So I got 5 units there. He's got 3 plus 3 tanks plus this bomber can reach. I don't think the fighter can reach. So he could kill those if he wants to. But then US does have 4 units on transports and 8 planes that can then hit him. So, and as I said, I'm not worried about getting this into UK or US's hands anymore because my goal is just to keep Moscow alive. The destroyer, the fighter. There we go. We'll put him in harm's way. We'll put him over here where he can still reach over to Moscow. Yeah, might as well move that one forward too. Keep the rest of our boats, consolidate our fleets there. I think that's everybody. It looks like everybody. I mean, I suppose I could put the 3 there, but the other one's going to move faster through the transports to get up here. So my plan when he brings his Japan air is to use my US boats to come up here and protect the sea zone as needed and let the UK worry about the Japan Navy for the most part. I mean, we'll see what he does. If he moves this Navy over here or does something trying to threaten, because I did pull all my fighters over that way, well, then we'll figure out how we'd handle that at that time, like using destroyer blocks to protect Washington and build some U.S. boats with the tons of money that we have. So I mean, we got plenty of things we can do if he does decide to do some sort of crazy move going out that way. And again, the other thing too is he can take France with Japan, but then I'll take it with the U.S. and that's another spot for the U.S. if he does that. So I'm okay if he wants it, he can have it. All right, that's it. All right. So, oops, let me get back to the right one here. Here we go. Uh, Japan bought a fighter and a bomber in there, a bunch of ground units. Looks like we're gonna fight this out. He did not attack Moscow. Um, you can see he went across here and attacked France and Italy, which I'm again perfectly happy for him to do. Uh, attacked Vlogda, Novo, France. So yeah, and then he's getting units in here. I already calculated after Russia builds, I can fly in just 2 planes because I'm going to leave 2 for helping protect the sea zone here. We only have here's his 2 planes that can reach the Baltic Sea zone this turn. He does have these 2 fighters, this bomber, another fighter. I always like to keep track of all his airplanes because they can sneak by you and cause some havoc. But these guys back here can't reach the Baltic yet, so only these 2. Um, so my carrier, destroyer, 2 fighters is more than enough to protect my transports in there. It is kind of nice now. I don't have to worry about turn orders, so you know, UK transports are in the same turn as US boats moving now. So even though I'm going to pull the US transports out, we'll be fine. Let's see. So purchase wise, I want to get my max troops settling in on the front here. I'm going to create as much Pacific fleet as I can on this big buyout and make him a harass his Pacific, make him have to buy some Pacific stuff if he doesn't want to get routed over on this side, and really just split him up. What I was saying with Moscow, he has like a 2% chance next turn, I think, of taking it. So we're safe here. He's got what 2, 4, 6 units coming in, probably some tanks coming in, and he'll buy some more. So 8, 9 units coming in. I'll keep building 4 units, flying a couple planes in at a time. And we should be decent here for a few rounds, if not permanently. He does have these 6 tanks here, so I'm going to take these 2 guys lightly because he can trade them. I'm happy to trade his tank, so if he wants to blitz his tank and trade him with me, so be it. Same thing if he wants to transport units from Caucasus to keep taking Italy, so be it. Although I think actually after US takes it, I'll move the UK down to stack Italy because might as well keep that factory for the Americans. So, in any case, so my purchases, I went with 16 ground unit. How'd I get up with that? 10, 12, right there. These guys are going to move all of these. I'm only bringing 1 transport pack for 2 of these, so there's 2 extras. Add 4, that'll be 6 for coming back for these 3 transports. I realized I didn't really plan for these 2 transports coming back. So I might just use them to speed up the U.S. movements to Karelia from Berlin to Karelia since I don't need them this next turn. Or actually probably better Norway to Karelia, I should say. Either way, 1 of each to help just get units moving over there quicker, getting that stacked up since they're down here. Meanwhile, no air but sea. We're going to build another transport, 3 destroyers, and a carrier over here off the Pacific. I didn't build any fighters because I got these 3 fighters. I got 2 more fighters, so we're going to have 5 fighters here. So I'm hoping I'll be able to pull these guys out of Moscow and come this way and catch up with the fleet at some point before needing them. If not, then I'll build planes next time and they can catch up the following turn to the carrier if it needs to. So, alright, let's make sure we get all the combat. So we definitely want to do those. in there. Rack up our Africa points. Those guys will be non-combat. Oh, don't want to forget about Hawaii over here. We're going to pick this guy up. Don't think I got anything really. Oh, I could send him over here to hit France. I didn't realize that. Yeah, might as well. You know, we don't have to worry about dice messing us over. Not that dice ever mess us over. Alright. See, 10, 11. I really would like to get one more. Not worried about them. Let's see. That'll give them 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 on their turn. Is it really worth it? I mean, 14's. What do we got this turn? Well, if we just build 4 infantry and save 1, that'd give us 15. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that. Since I have such a strong hold on there for the next turn, we're going to go ahead and let that way the 3 Russian tanks can blitz all 3 of those territories. Whew, good thing we sent that bomber. Yeah, I know those air raids they're debated, but you know, in essence, if you're sending enough planes that you're going to get hit the first round, then 1 out of 3 they're going to hit back. So, you know, you're going to kill 3 of their infantry or artillery, so that's 9, 10 IPC gathered, and they're going to kill 1 on average. So, add in the fact that the Russians are going to get to blitz and take some of the territory there. Okay, well then. Okay, that was not on the docket. 7 fighters have missed. Now I'm raging at this point. I was ready to lose 2 planes, but I'm just raging. I shouldn't have done that. That was just dumb. Don't do that. son of a gun. I forgot he had the fighters back here. Shenanigans. I just sunk my transports. Oh wait, I still got British to go. I didn't want them to go that way though. Oh, what was I doing? This is what I get for letting myself get overconfident and distracted. Definitely need to stay more focused than that. Alright, so that was a completely messed up, wasted US turn on these fighters, and that was just dumb, so forgive me for my overconfidence and lack of thinking on that one. I should have just done the Vologdo one, which was my original plan. I don't know why I brain farted on that one. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they can't make it back either, right? I really wanted to let all the have the whole British Navy come over here. Goof ups, goof ups. I mean, I guess I could drop one of my destroyers there, but even that, maybe. Such a wasted turn. Such a wasted turn. I'm not going to let myself live that one down at all. Alright, I'm going to drop one of my destroyers down here too. I mean, the 2 US transports aren't really that important. I really don't want to lose my 3 UK transports though. What happened to my... Hold up. Artillery, you're supposed to go there. There. Guys there. I feel like I just want to hit that and... But why? Why? Just stop doing it, Chris. Alright. Refocus yourself. Refocus yourself. Oh. Before I do that, let's say the good old... Since I haven't mobilized the Russians yet, they won't count there yet. So here was our updated war report. As you can see, we've taken a significant advantage after killing Berlin, where we were trailing in that. U.S. is bringing in 67, they got 64, and then we also got UK and Russia building. So I'm feeling confident, and as you can see on that last turn, too overly confident. I need to focus on how to close out this game, which is going to be either me taking India, Philippines, well, probably one of those two, holding on to what I got, holding Moscow and taking out one of those two is likely the end game. Alright, yeah. So we don't need to do any more stupid moves. Like I said, that should leave me enough to be able to build, yeah, 5 units next turn. So, at the cost of 2 fighters. Not the greatest. You know, 1 more unit at the cost of 2 fighters. Not too intelligent. But anyways, alright, that'll be that turn. Alright, so Germany, he went ahead and blitzed Morocco for whatever reason. I mean, it takes away 1 US point, but again, it helps him none. And then attacked Poland with his remaining. I know there's some sort of bug around Germany, Berlin being captured. So hopefully I'm just going to kill his 2 units on US turn. Even though it's going to make me take a transport out of whack, I think I just want to go ahead and do it so I don't run into any weird losses. But and that way I'll just be taking 1 turn straight after US's turn, hopefully. So, all right, UK's turn. Um, I was debating on having these guys just go up to 3 and drop here, and that way I wouldn't be at threat. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and send one of these destroyers back, and I'm still going to bring my rest of my guys around here into the med to chase these guys a little bit. The other part, we're going to go ahead and stack. We're going to use these few remaining units to go ahead and stack Italy just to keep it set into place. So, meanwhile, we had a little bit extra, so went ahead and bought a transport since we're no longer going to have Italy, and I feel like we can get up to 24 income now that we're getting Africa back. We're currently sitting at 22. We grab a couple there, plus, you know, potentially trading in here, getting North Africa back some with UK at some point. So I think we'll get to the 24 and be able to support the 8 unit buys. So we're going to go ahead and plan on that. You know, on one side, hindsight, I think I will save 2 so that I'll have 24 next turn because I'm not planning on attacking anything with the UK, so we're not going to gain any income. So we'll save it, even though we don't get the artillery, we'll save it so we can buy 8 infantry next time for our 4 transports. Like I said, I don't think we have any combats to do. Oh, yep, we do got 1 combat. We need to come kill the transport. And I think that's it. Really not much to display here. One, two, three, four, five. They can't do anything, so I can just drop them wherever I want them. And now, in addition, since he's not going to be able to take Moscow this turn, we've got our UK stream starting to come in, and we're still just leaving that. Now, he could blitz his 6 tanks and those 2 guys, but then they'll be just sitting there for me to kill next time, and so all those tanks are going to get killed and whatnot. So I really don't see any way out for him at this point. So there we go. And I was rushing and goofed. I meant to put one of those destroyers up there, and now he's got my 5 transports that he can kill with destroyer bomber versus 2 destroyers carriers. If he decides he's actually got decent odds, I guess it's more like 50-50, but I mean, it doesn't even make that big a deal if he sinks all this. UK will build more transports and just continue right on. It'll put a little delay, but this game's still out of hand for him. So, whoops, forgot one of those was supposed to go up there. Well, it appears he's going to make me work for this one to finish it off. He did attack Russia. I lost 16 infantry, a bomber, and AA. He lost 9 infantry, 8 artillery, so 17 to 16, plus 7 tanks and 3 fighters. But the fight goes on, and he is getting a defensive. He bought what did he buy in there? A destroyer and a sub, and a bomber and a fighter to help defend in the Pacific here. And I mean, he's going after Africa. I don't know what good this really is going to do. I mean, it's going to push me back for a moment, but so what? Um, I'm not sure what the play is, what his end play is here. In any case, we're gonna grind it out. I mean, all of Europe, I might as well take it now, since he's in full retreat here. So we're just gonna have to chase him to the coast or chase him to India or wherever. So, in any case, buying 15 ground. I'm not in a rush. At least he's playing the game quickly, um, taking his turns quickly. That is. I'm not any. I'm not gonna go wasting money on high-powered stuff. I've got income advantage of 99 to 50. Got power advantage by 87 plus my build still. There's no reason for me to do anything drastic, so we're just gonna grind it out, I guess. And hope I don't get impatient. Could hit him with 5 in the bomber there. That's what me 9. That's him 6, 9, 10. It's kind of a toss up. Six units versus 5 units. It's kind of 50-50-ish. I think it's slightly on my favor since I have the higher attack power. Really want to kill that tank though, just to speed things up. Did I just waste two 2 transports to do it. Wait, I don't got. I can't. What am I thinking? I can't attack with 5. These guys can't jump up there and attack them. Oy, okay. So, there we go. Get the Germans off the board. I mean, really, I'm just dawdling around over here. I'm not really expecting to make much ground because these guys will be back, and I'll slowly keep building here and make them mess around. These guys, I'm going to go back around this direction. They still had the bomber in range. Can this bomb 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So only the one bomber's in range of the Baltic, so we can just leave those few guys up there. And let's just pull them back and recover everybody. Pull them all back over to here, I think. Come on. Please just hit the stinking tank. I don't even care about taking it. Come on. Bomber. Please put the Germans out of their misery. Thank you.
Let's see, we're getting 10, 11. Be fairly liberal with our take here. Ugh, come on. Just hit. Thank you. There we go. Come straight back to me. No real advantage to taking that. They have nothing to attack. It's kind of boring. I think we're just going to come down this way. So yeah, I think I have nothing to attack. God, no, you're not attacking there. Well, I think there we go. lot of excitement there. I guess here's the updated war report. I think this game is in the bag. Just gotta get to the victories, one of these victory cities, and get him to forfeit or him forfeit. So, looks like he's content and stalling out the game. Not stalling, okay, making me work out the game all the way to the end to get the cities. Um, I guess in a way it's practice for him on how to defend, which I can't um, fault him on. I've done it before in games I was losing just to try some different things out to see what can work and what can not work and how well he can hold on to something. So he's just focused on trying to protect his Pacific here. He did build sub destroyer fighter, so he's got 3 that can help on the Pacific front, 4 infantry, 2 artillery, a tank, and a fighter can also help on the other front. So that's 8 that can help on the land front. Um, I'm gonna be out producing him. He took Italy. I completely didn't even think about the fact that I was only leaving 3 there. It's gonna cost him a bomber. Um, I don't know that there's any benefit other that, other than it means I'll build 3 less ground, but I'm still gonna build 12, which is more than his 8. And as long as I'm producing more, and that's not counting Russia's builds, as long as I'm building them, what's it matter? And I'm gonna end up go ahead and taking Caucasus because I can go ahead and stack it. So, or at the very least trade it. I'm not even necessarily running calculators here at this point. Let's see, he could do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units that can hit it. I've got 5 Americans alone that can go in there, and then we can drive some of the we can drive the Russians down that way. Well, we can take out 2 of those by blocking with the 1 unit in here. We'll go ahead and start trading off that money. Why not? Um, I mean, we got superior numbers here, so we're just going to go ahead and advance the front lines, even though we're taking away German territory. That's money going in our pockets at this point. So, any case, here we go. My buy. I'm gonna start with buying 12 infantry just to keep pumping. I don't know. I could probably start buying tanks and whatnot and timing for a hit on India or over here on Shanghai. I don't honestly know what the timing would be, so I do know wave after wave of men marching across the continent. He can't stop. So we're just going to play this out. That gives me 37 for building in the Pacific. So we'll remember that number. I built 37 IPCs worth in the Pacific. I think. Eh. Let's do a sub spam. What the heck? We'll buy an artillery there. And we're going to come over to here. I'm really just delaying over here, making him buy money, which is just going to make the front shrink even more. Send 1 extra one there, because we're going to use these guys for killing there. Why didn't you drop your tank? Hold up.
here. Just gonna plow forward. Any other attacks? I don't think so. Here we go. Suppose I could have just done one infantry and saved it for attacking when that tank. Oh, good gracious! For when that tank counterattacks. But oh well, whatever. We'll leave him here so we can grab if we want. Yeah, he does still have this bomber here, so we don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, so we need to still protect him. We'll just hang out. Do need to make sure my subs are not set to submerge. Fighter before carrier is fine. La di da da da. Nowhere forward to really put them yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can't get anywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can't get anywhere. Let's pull you guys on out. We go. Let's see, Russia, we're gonna get one more beyond what we got. We got 12. Oh wait, here we go. End of turn. 100 to 238. Yeah, he's making 53. I spent 36 on boats, so that would leave him to match me 17 to spend on ground. You know, U.S. is producing 74 all by itself. We're already 145 to 100, so it's just time. I did want to look at. We're currently at production 17. We're going to grab one, which will take us to 18, so we might as well spend our money. 5, 7, 6, 10. So, yeah, we'll take them that way. So we'll go. Oh, you know what? Even though it's going to give him a little more extra income, it doesn't matter. But we'll block those tanks just from coming back in there. So that would give him 3, 4, 5 units. I've got 5 sitting there. We'll bring our UK. Oh no, we want our UK to go meet them, so we'll bring a couple of our Russian infantry this way. Here we want to be careful. He's got 4, 6 units that could hit there. Bring in 3. Actually, I'll be able to build up here. That's right. So 4, 8, 9, 3, 4, 5, 6 with a 7. And we'll bring a couple units down there to be safe. Actual add-on, so we'll send 2 more this way. I think we'll leave the fire back just in case the UK doesn't wipe them out. Because there's a chance that he could have a tank live. So, and we're going to build our Russian units here. I mean, if they don't, we'll leave our UK units back. Why do that? Don't be silly. No reason. Just because I want to attack and try and speed things up. There we go.
really going to do anything else more useful. There we go. All right, continuing on into starting US 14, real quick. He bought 2 fighters and some 8 ground, so his units are getting a little bit less. He did attack the C zone as well as Kaza and South Africa. South Africa was a freebie. Kaza was there, so Kaza he took free. That was that. Okay, so I lost 2 subs, 2 fighters, 2 destroyers. He lost 2 destroyers, 2 subs, 3 fighters, a bomber, and a carrier. So definitely more loss to him. I am still standing, but he does have enough here: a carrier and carrier, destroyer, 2 fighters that I can't really get to him because I've only got 2 carriers, 2 fighters. So I won't be able to attack him there. I will be able to kill this transport, which he did go ahead and load that up a little bit more, so getting that's going to be a little bit harder. It does make me kind of think I might change my buy a little bit now that I think about it. Although I'm hoping for these fighters, well, we'll just work our way. I mean, it may not even be the Philippines. It may be India, or it may be down here that we end up getting first, because although we could blitz our tanks through, um, we're just going to kill this guy. We're just playing this methodical. I'm not rushing. So, anyways, I built my 14 out of the 15 ground out of there because that let me build 4 destroyers for the Pacific to continue to build this up. Um, by the time these guys get back, he's not going to be able to be building any grounds, and so this flood of units is just going to march across the continent. So we're going to try and play this relatively quickly here. I am going to take a 1, 2, 3 shot on these guys. Do want to take out his transport. Can't get the other transport, unfortunately. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure there's no other bombers around. He lost his 1 bomber in there, so yeah, so we should be good doing that. I mean, he can come back and attack there, and he probably will. It doesn't matter. See. So, I'm not playing for the speed kill. I'm just playing for just march right down and win this. We're just going to do 1 round of combat on Kaza. Ugh. 3, 2, 3. That didn't go quite as well as I'd liked it to. I was hoping for a little better. We should still be fine, I believe, as far as the attacks go. I'm just pulling up my calculator real quick to see what it looks like for Russia on this. So we got 12, 13, is that right? So we got 6, 3, 9, 12, 13 coming in, attacking his 8. So yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be okay. Actually, we'll leave 1 tank here and bring 2 tanks in there, I think, is what we're going to end up doing. We should still be pretty good there. Yeah. Alright. We are going to land them back here just to be safe, though. Don't want something crazy happening here. And march everybody across the world. He's got no planes that can get me, so I might as well get them where they can grab people. Not building people back in the US, so... Pretty straightforward. I mean, I had good dice there, I believe. But, I mean, the play is pretty straightforward here at this point. Oh, yeah, I have nothing else to attack. For poor UK. UK's getting the boredom job. just leave them there so he doesn't come back again. I don't think he would, but they're not going to get anywhere important before this game's over. So there we go. March across the continent. Okay, so he's just making this as hard as possible. Um, 8 infantry, 2 artillery, so he got 10 ground this time, 2 fighters purchased. He attacked C-Zone 59 and he killed it on a 12% shot. I had two carriers, 2 fighters over there. He sent 2 fighters and a bomber and destroyed them all and took out my transports. Psy hit Yaka. What's that? That's this guy up here, right? Is that Yaka? Yeah. Um, moved his guys into there for whatever. But anyway, so I'm buying my 15 men. Had enough 30 left over, so we're just gonna buy some more subs, and we're just gonna come on down here and try to see if we can't just start overwhelming, restricting him down here. Um, we'll space out our 6 subs all over the place, and well, maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just pull our destroyers in there this turn, and then bring in our subs next time, and then yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter. We're just gonna continue our march from west to east. I could blitz him in, except for he's got his tanks here. I could land my fighters in there, except for Japan. He'll have these 3 guys, these 2 guys. He's got 2 transports that he can grab 4 guys there, so he'll even destroy it if I go there with them. So for now, we just continue just plucking away. Don't think there's any other attacks here right now. Da 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 da. Trying not to overthink this right now. And let's see. Here is a good spot for bombers. Okay, my cat's looking to help again. Thank you, Flash. I'd like to be able to see the screen. I'm sure I could have closed this out. There's ways I could have done this quicker. Um, got no doubt, but we're just not going to let anything just silly happen. We're just going to keep marching right on along. Rest of those will curve on down towards India so that India will be secured. I believe probably next time when we take our US and take India with these guys and with these guys, we should finish it, but we'll see. Alright, that's it. Quick, hopefully relatively. Alright, so hopefully this should be the finale. We got 9 of 10. All we need to do is take India. He's got 9 units. I got 16 plus bomber and 4 fighters plus a couple transports I can bring on in here. So this should be the end right here. And I did put my buy in. Uh, I would, if I was going to continue, I'd buy 2 carriers because I've got 4 fighters out on the board that I could meet them with, and that's the best buy in my opinion when you have fighters on the board. So, go. And this should be game over here. There we go. And that's the ball game. Although we got to finish out the other moves real quick. I just didn't want to leave Egypt in Japan's hands. Plus a little fun infantry on infantry battle. Oh, he wipes. There we go. And the Marines take Egypt back. 10 to 10. We don't need to... Oh, well, we gotta land our planes, I guess. There we go. So that's the end game. Let's see. Was it game history? So, wow, he was Axis 24. So there we go. Only had 3 losses this season so far. Well, you know, I'll say this game just kind of as a review, if you will. I'm gonna think back, kind of talk a little bit about what I think kind of transpired. So, as you go back, um, round 1, Russia, we lost a fair amount of infantry in West Russia. We lost all but 1 tank in Ukraine. Um, he then did his Germany. He went C Zone 13, 10, and C Zone 7. He won 7 and 13. He lost 10. And then the big UK bit, C Zone 61, I lost both my cruiser and carrier without even hitting his destroyer at all. So that was a huge battle right there. Got us really behind. We were already a little bit behind, and then a little bit more behind because of Germany, and then that was really big. And then Japan went about neutral. So when Russia came back up on round 2, I was feeling like I needed to take a little bit of risk, and I attacked Ukraine, and ended up it got down to, I believe I had an infantry and a um, or an artillery and a fighter versus 2 infantry, and I went ahead and took the battle. I hit both his infantry, but both his infantry hit back, and I lost a Russian fighter on round 2. So I was really had me reeling. From there, I tried to play some efficiency games, and I was just trying to be really tight on my movements and coordination, and streaming things around. But the reality is he had me on my heels, so to speak, and it was a long while. I started slowly clawing back up in the attack power evening, but then he did start to make a move to Africa, and he had good momentum going that way. And that is where I think the turning point was when he decided to go for Africa. He also tried to go for Moscow at the same time. And it was at a point in the game either he needed to just, you know, go all in for Moscow and point everything that way, get Moscow, and then try to go to Africa, or he needed to go to Africa, bypass Moscow, stabilize Berlin, and then come back for Moscow. And the best way he could have done that is he had lots of tanks and fighters on the board. He was producing 2 tanks just like every turn coming out of here and a tank out of here. And so he had lots of tanks and fighters. He had, I think he had Caucasus. One or the other of these was stacked. And of course, tanks could jump from one to the other and then get into here. And then he had West Russia. It was Caucasus. He had Caucasus stacks. That's right. Um, if he would have just got his Japan tanks and fighters here to Ukraine, he could have then just been using a calculator. If I was getting ready to get too much pressure on Berlin, he slides a few over and take his advantage of taking Africa. Then he would have had the income advantage, and he could have just kept producing units and sliding them over, slide them up to
tanks and fighters Ukraine, slide them to Berlin when they needed to, and then once it got high enough, go ahead and then they could also come through from Ukraine and attack Moscow and go that route. That's what I think they should have done. Instead, they came this way. They got impatient. They took an early shot on Moscow. That was kind of a Hail Mary-ish type shot. Lost bad. Lost all their tanks and fighters and bombers, um, and had a bad loss. At the same time, even when things were starting to crumble for him, the term that U.S. had a 95% chance to take Berlin, if he would have flown his three bombers that he had sitting in Germany out of there and built, I think it was like four bombers and a fighter in India, and four bombers to put in the other territories, and then moved all his tanks to within range of Moscow, I calculated he would have had an 80% shot on Moscow then that I couldn't get back to. But he didn't. He let those bombers just get destroyed in Berlin, and he didn't build out the Air Force or bring the tanks back. Instead, the tank continued to try to take Africa, which obviously, once it started to turn, I was able to just easily take Africa back. So I think that was the turning point when he tried to tried to play the income game by going for Africa, while also trying to play the short game by going to Moscow first instead of playing the long game, getting situated, and then just playing defensive while he gained the income and then slowly brought the units up until he was ready to take Moscow. So I think that was a turning point, and then he just started crumbling after that. All right, time to head for the next one.